747-4757. Mr. Bill going to be with you till 1 o'clock, I think. I hope.
Hello, Chuck?
Hey, Mr. Bill.
Yeah, I got you.
This time I got the microphone. Hey, what's up? I'm Chuck D. I'm leader and co-founder of the hip-hop group Public Enemy. But before I was a rapper, I was a radio DJ. On Long Island, New York, we called it Strong Island. With my good friend, Bill Stepney, we called him Mr. Bill.
The C, the H, the U, the C, and the K-I-G-E-double-E.
One night in 1986, after a radio show, we had a conversation, which has everything to do with why I'm hosting a podcast about The Clash. At that time, Bill was also working at Def Jam Records. He was in charge of new talent. He was looking for someone very specific. Now, I didn't want anything to do with being a recording artist, but Bill was trying to convince me to get on board. Do you recall when you convinced me to make Chuck D records?
Do I recall the specific moment? Sort of.
I remember it perfectly like it was yesterday. We were sitting outside Bill's house around 2 a.m. after bringing him home from a broadcast at WBAU. Bill was in the passenger seat, pitching me an idea he had.
I'm pitching to you the notion of you essentially being the hip-hop version of Joe Strummer.
This is a public service announcement with guitar!
Joe Strummer, the lead singer of The Clash. At the time, I didn't get it. I don't see the angle. You guys could be what The Clash is to rap. It didn't register right away. Matter of fact, it didn't register until the records came out. But Bill had a vision. He knew about punk and The Clash.
Cool musicians, artists, visionaries, who just made music with an intellectual impact that just touched me.
Bill saw that there was room in hip-hop to do what The Clash had done with punk.
The idea was that we're going to do something that would have a level of intellectual heft to it. It would have some substance to it, but it had to rock the party.
And he liked me for the job.
If you're trying to find the Bob Marley of hip-hop, for us, we had one-stop shopping. We had Chuck D.
And I couldn't see at that time, Bill, I'm like, yo, we got rooms full of records. What's the big deal of making one record? And then you said, well, just make a very important record. That's like, all right. Change in music comes at you sideways. It's funny to think that for that conversation to happen in my car in Long Island in 1986, there had to be a riot in West London in 1976.
Like, that riot they had? So, we was down there, me and him.
In London, the final weekend of summer is all about the Notting Hill Carnival. 2 days of parades and sound systems. An annual celebration of Caribbean culture. But this was 1976. It was the hottest summer on record, and race relations between police and the local black community had broken down in the lead up to that weekend.
You're not organizing the carnival. You are not telling me what to do, and you cannot stop people, okay? And that's it.
The police had deployed an unprecedented number of officers, riling up the community. And on day 2, the carnival exploded into a riot.
The battle went on in several streets off Ladbroke Grove. Policemen grabbing dustbin lids, trays, even fruit boxes to protect themselves.
And down below on the Portobello Road, there's swirling chaos and looting.
Portobello Road was at the center of the riot. And down one end, underneath the Westway overpass, were 2 young white guys, Joe and Paul, having a riot of their own.
I just remember me and Joe spending ages trying to set this car alight.
They were throwing traffic cones at police motorbikes and trying to set an overturned van on fire.
We got searched by policemen looking for bricks, and then later on we got searched by Rasta looking for pound notes in our pockets. So
all we had was bricks and bottles.
3 months earlier, back in June 1976, these guys had formed a band. They called themselves The Clash. They've been writing songs about what they saw around them: poverty, boredom, unemployment, lack of opportunities for young people like them. Suddenly they found themselves in the grip of this riot, surrounded by people who, in the face of injustice, had the guts to do something about it. Clash would try to harness this spirit of rebellion, and through their music, spur on fans everywhere to do the same. When American writer Lester Bangs came to hear this music, he'd say it was like barbed wire in lashing motion, a unit of noise looking for trouble. This is the story of a band that sang about things that mattered, that transcribed the daily news and put it to music, that cared about the world and wanted their fans to care too.
Would you try to incite an audience to riot?
Of course, we try it every night.
It's the story of their extraordinary evolution, from the underground venues of grim 1970s London to stadiums across the world. I want to know how the Clash went from four-chord punk rock to reggae, jazz, funk, and dub, and inspired legions of fans to count the Clash as the only band that mattered.
We find ourselves as like four against the world.
I want to know what the Clash gained and what they lost along the way. Because a few years later, thousands of miles away in a different city, with a different kind of music and a different set of problems, I tried to do the same. And people always ask me, do you really think music can change the world? And I say the same thing that Joe Strummer told doubting journalists.
We're trying to make some difference here. You know, I'm sick of people saying, do you really think your music can change the world? Of course it can't. It's just that it could be a chink in the blind, you know.
You're listening to Stay Free, the story of the Clash. I'm Chuck D, and this is episode 1, Lost Boys.
I'm Robin Banks. I'm a close friend and confidant of the Clash. Is that all right?
Robin Banks is a lifelong friend of the Clash guitarist Mick Jones. They first met at school.
Mick was quite noticeable because he had the longest hair and the tightest trousers in the school.
They're really rocking in Boston and Pittsburgh, PA.
Robin and Mick were having a fight about who was better, Chuck Berry or Bo Diddley. Was it Berry, the supreme architect of rock and roll guitar, or Bo Diddley, the wild king of rhythm and blues?
Can't judge apple by looking at a tree.
Bo Diddley, get out of here. Square guitars and all that shit, you know.
Sweet little 16.
What about Chuck Berry?
She's got the grown-up blues.
Bo Diddley, Chuck Berry, Little Richard, Elvis, Jerry Lee Lewis. You know, those are the five. Now, in my past, I chopped down Elvis because they put him above everybody else as the king. That was just marketing. But when it came down to the nitty-gritty rock and roll, that's the five. That's rock and roll.
If you knew anything about the history of music, it was a very important discussion. Who was more important, Chuck Berry or Bo Diddley?
But their conversation in the back of the classroom was getting out of hand. The math teacher shouted at them to face the front. And as Robin did so, Mick punched him in the eye.
And next minute I know, we're rolling on the floor, hitting each other.
They were sent to the headmaster's office. A ferocious man the boys named Hobbler, on account of his wooden leg that echoed down the corridors as he walked.
It'd be like, bong, bong, bong.
Hobbler wanted to know what the fight was about.
I didn't know what to say. I was wrapping my brains to think of an excuse, and Mick piped up. We were fighting about rock and roll, sir. And the headmaster went berserk. He leapt out of his chair. He said, rock and roll is not on the curriculum in this establishment.
I always remember going into, we used to have, a careers officer at school who would help us, you know what I mean? And I honestly did go in there and say, well, I want to be in a band.
That's Mick Jones.
And they said, well, you can't be that. You go in the army or the services, you know what I mean? You either go in the civil service or you can go in... and that was the choices. There wasn't no choice, no creative choice, you know what I mean? There wasn't a vegetarian option on the menu.
But for Mick, music was an escape.
My parents used to fight a lot, and my gran used to take me downstairs they had a bomb shelter in the basement of the flats that I lived in, and when they used to fight, really quite badly, you know, it used to scare me a little, and she'd take me downstairs and we'd wait for it to for the raid to pass, and then we'd go back upstairs.
Both his parents left home. and Mick was raised by his grandmother. He'd sit in front of their radiogram listening to records. He idolized guitarists like Keith Richards, Jimmy Page, Jeff Beck, as well as the Faces.
I actually followed Rod Stewart and the Faces around, going to their gigs up in Newcastle and that. We used to bunk the trains, try and jump off just before we come into the station of our destination and climb over the fence and try and bunk into the show, you know, we'd hide in the toilet. Sometimes we'd be frog marched out by the bouncers. Then we'd try and get in again, and it was like, that was part of it.
I think Mick wanted to be a rock star. He desperately wanted to be a rock star because that would establish him as an individual in his own eyes. Then he would be a real person. That all stems from the insecurity of being an adolescent and searching to sort of find a way forward.
My mum used to send me Cream magazine and Rock Scene magazine. Rock Scene was like a revelation to me.
Mick's mom had run off to America. From there, she sent her son underground music magazines.
But it was mostly about image, you know, and that made a very strong impression on me.
Especially the New York Dolls.
My pretty baby, my pretty, pretty baby.
You know, they just seemed wilder than anything we had.
By the time Mick hit art college in 1973, he was disappointed with the music scene in Britain. Big groups of the day seemed attached, irrelevant, old.
Dinosaur bands, they left you as they found you. They picked you up, took your money, left you in a field somewhere, and you were the same after you'd seen them. Except they were richer.
You know, there was pictures in the press of Mick Jagger, you know, sitting next to Princess Margaret or Elton John shaking hands with the Queen.
That's Caroline Coon, who wrote for the powerful UK music magazine, The Melody Maker.
It kind of did feel like a betrayal. Those people had become millionaires, but it felt as if they had left us behind.
Caroline had been a 1960s activist, and she felt that the 70s weren't delivering on what the 60s had promised.
And so by the mid-70s, there was this real sense of street anger. One was feeling alone and bereft and hard up.
Coal miners, health workers, garbage collectors, all the people who powered the country were striking for better wages. There were scheduled power cuts and a 3-day work week to preserve fuel supplies. It was like Britain was shutting down.
It was as if, after the beauty of the hippie era, a grey dust of despair had kind of fallen over everything. I remember London being kind of dilapidated.
There were abandoned houses across the city.
Very often it was a street. You know, you'd find
That's Richard Dudansky. He says you'd find whole streets that had been abandoned. Sounds like Detroit.
I mean, you know, very often the roofs have disappeared and they were in a right state. So they've been left since the war, a lot of them.
For Richard and his friends, this was an opportunity.
And it was obviously right for picking, for squatting.
Richard was at the heart of the West London squatting scene. So was Paloma McClarty. She came over from Spain.
And it was a time of just breaking molds and trying to test limits. One guy, for instance, lived with 2 girls. And then another squad, for instance, they knocked the walls of the toilet out so that people had to go to the bathroom in front of everybody.
The squats were filled with a strange mix of people from all over, whose past didn't especially matter. It was a good place for someone looking to reinvent themselves. Paloma remembers when one guy in particular showed up.
Like one time I woke up and he was asleep on the stairways.
This guy was always working on poems and song lyrics.
He would just be writing something and just not think anything of anything else and just fall asleep on the floor, you know, a wooden floor or something. And I thought that was really funny. So I was curious about him.
He invited her to a concert.
To a Lou Reed concert, I believe. And I just remember he kissed me. And I remember looking at his mouth and his teeth were terrible. I just remember backing off a little bit.
This guy with the bad teeth would soon be known to the world as Joe Strummer, front man of The Clash. Back then, Paloma knew Joe by a different name, Woody. He picked the name in tribute to the American folk singer Woody Guthrie. But Woody didn't really talk about his past. He didn't tell people that his real name was John Mellor, that he had been in a boarding school since the age of 9, along with his brother, seeing their parents just once or twice a year. He didn't talk about how at the age of 18, his brother had rowed out to a small island in the middle of the lake in Regent's Park and killed himself. Or that as next of kin, he had identified a body. Joe kept all of this to himself. What did stand out to fellow squatter Richard was that Joe had drive.
It was obvious, I think, that he was motivated for success, in terms of what he was doing.
Richard and Joe joined a band. Richard on drums, Joe on rhythm guitar and vocals. It was a big band, as many as 12 musicians on stage. They called themselves the 101ers, after the address of their squat, 101 Walterton Road.
We hired a room above a pub, charged people 10 pence to get in, because we knew that was about the value of the music they were about to hear. And we learned to play in front of them. And I always say to groups, they say, can you give us any advice? And I say, well, don't play in front of a tape recorder all the time, or demoing and in a bedroom, or go and play to people, because then you can really see when you play a turkey number, you can see it go down like a turkey.
Joe just wanted to get out and play. But the other half of what became one of the most important songwriting duos in rock history had a completely different approach. To Mick Jones, getting a band together was about audition after audition after audition.
That actually all we did was auditions. We had a little basement just off Parade Street, and we had our equipment set up there, and then we had the use of a cafe around the corner. We put our records on the jukebox.
And that's where the audition process began. Dozens of musicians came through the cafe. They were asked about what bands they liked, which scene they were into.
And we used to sort of screen them there. And then if we thought they were any good, we'd take them round to the rehearsal and try them out musically.
Future Clash bassist Paul Simonon first stumbled in the Mick's audition room by accident.
When Paul walked in, he looked really good, It just looked great. And so I said to him, do you sing?
I said, no, I can't sing. So he got me down there singing.
And we just said, come on, and we struck up Jonathan Richman's Roadrunner, Radio on.
It was really terrible. I was singing Radio 1, because I never heard the song before. Sang Radio 1 for about 10 minutes, non-stop, just repeating the words. It's crazy.
And it didn't really work out.
I couldn't do nothing. I couldn't sing, I couldn't play instruments, I couldn't do anything. I was useless,
Not only did Paul not know Jonathan Richman and the Modern Lovers, he knew almost nothing about rock and roll. He owned just one record, the Eddie Cochran Memorial Album. He remembers once seeing Mick Jagger on a neighbor's television set, but the sound was off. Paul didn't grow up spending time inside listening to records and reading music magazines.
For me, I suppose the situation was a bit different because my parents had split up. I was able to sort of come and go as I please, which meant sort of playing on the railways, going into people's houses, a bit of robbing, hanging around on corners.
Paul grew up in Brixton, a London neighborhood with a large West Indian community, so Paul's childhood had a very distinct soundtrack.
The first sort of sounds I remember hearing was reggae, really. I used to pass by a lot of houses where there was West Indian music playing, and I suppose that's just because of the neighbourhood. There were just a lot of parties going on sort of late at evening when I was supposed to be going home.
At these parties, people made sure to look stylish.
I don't know, everyone sort of took trouble over the way they dressed. I remember I had sort of white cords and a white shirt and sort of thin red braces and just trying to look a bit sharp.
So when Paul walked in the Mick Jones audition room, it didn't matter that he couldn't sing or play or didn't know anything about rock and roll. He looked great. He was extremely handsome and had a style that explained why people would eventually describe him as the coolest man to ever strap on a bass.
He made enough of an impression on me. If we thought they were the right person, then that would be enough, You didn't need any further criteria.
A couple of weeks after their audition, Mick and Paul started a band together, But they still needed a front man.
All of you people who are trying to get some groups together, I mean, I say fuck the discos.
That's Joe Strummer closing out a 101ers gig in 1976.
If any of you lot ever throw a party and you want to get disco because it's cheap, I mean, you might as well not throw the party.
The 101ers closed out every set with a hell-raising cover of Van Morrison's Gloria. And Joe's girlfriend, Paloma Bacardi, says that's when things could really get rowdy.
Listening to like the Gloria at the end of the 101ers, I remember like the police coming and fights, and they would just keep playing.
Their long renditions of Gloria could send crowds into a frenzy. A Melody Maker writer said the gig he attended ended in a near massacre. He wrote, as the 101ers screamed their way through a 20-minute interpretation of Gloria, which sounded like the perfect soundtrack for the last apocalyptic days of the Third Reich, opposing factions of, I believe, Irish and Gypsies attempted to carve each other out. Bottles were smashed over defenseless heads, blades flashed, and howling dogs tore at one another's throats, splattering the walls with blood. No one, I was convinced, is going to crawl out of this alive.
So it was this urgent thing, like there's no tomorrow. The world is ending right in 2 minutes and we need to finish this song.
Joe had started out as one of several vocalists, but he became the 101ers' driving force.
His thing of connecting with the audience, that was so refreshing. What he had is that he was so right there and like 100 miles an hour, and his whole body, his leg, his everything, he was just so passionate that he attracted the attention.
But the 101ers didn't attract enough attention for Joe. Back in 1970s Britain, music journalism was massive. Papers like NME, Melody Maker, Sounds, Record Mirror, all weeklies and selling tens, sometimes hundreds of thousands of copies. This was where you sought out new and interesting music, where the music that was central to your life was taken seriously. Journalists and DJs could make or break bands. The 101ers sent their demo tape to the radio DJ, Charlie Gillett. Gillett was a champion of new music, but he wasn't interested in this.
And he said on his program, as we gathered around the radio with the squad, he said, oh, and I've got another tape from the 101ers, but I'm not going to play it because it's the usual 900 miles a minute rush along stuff. And anyway, now we'll go on to the Southern Blues. And like, that's all we got from Charlie Gillett was like, it was 900 miles an hour rush along rubbish. So I kind of felt we were doomed anyway. I never took that to heart. I just thought, well, we'll never get on the bloody radio. If we can't get on Gillett, then forget it.
The 101ers could rock a crowd, but the pub rock scene they were part of wasn't saying anything new. Here's Melody Maker writer Caroline Coon.
To me, it was very macho, very boring, very brown. Well, the clothes were brown, the music was rather brown. It was orthodox, garage, rock and roll, but it wasn't new. It wasn't as new as psychedelia had been in 1966. It wasn't as new as what I was looking out for.
Joe felt the same. He was striving towards a different sound. He wanted the music to be faster, the sound to be more raw. It's like he was fumbling towards something just around the corner.
You could sense something in the air. You didn't quite know what it was, what was going to happen.
Over at the NME, the biggest selling music paper in the country at the time, Chris Salowich felt that the music scene in Britain was on the threshold of a revolution.
But you could sort of smell it. Something was going to occur. You know, I remember going to the Soviet Union in 1987 and, you know, you didn't know it was perestroika, but you sensed something in the air. Not quite as significant, but sort of actually.
On April 3rd, 1976, Joe and the 101ers was setting up for a gig at the Nashville Rooms. Then the support act arrived and changed everything.
I knew something was up, so I went out in the crowd, which was fairly sparse. I think it was a Tuesday night, and then I saw the Future with a snotty handkerchief right in front of me.
It was the Sex Pistols and their entourage.
The material they were playing initially wasn't that different from
No, I mean, they were doing Stepping Stone and stuff, you know, that occasionally we did. But
They were just different. It was light years difference. They were on another planet in another century, really. It was light years. The difference was, it seemed to me that we played Route 66 to the drunks at the bar going, please like us. Here's Route 66. Right? And then suddenly I was watching a quartet who was standing there going, we don't give a toss what you think, you pricks. This is what we like to play, and this is what the way we're gonna play it, regardless of whether you like it or not. That was the difference.
That sounds like something that we would say when we started Public Enemy.
Yo, Chuck, what's the move, man?
We definitely sought out to be the unpopular sound.
I showed you my gun, my Uzi with a gun because I'm Public Enemy #1.
I mean, when I made Public Enemy #1, it was a tone running through the whole record. It's like, you know, we don't give a fuck if you like us or not. Matter of fact, we want you to hate us.
They honestly didn't give a shit.
What Joe saw that night was the very beginnings of punk.
It's almost as if punk fans came before the punk bands.
That's Caroline Coon again.
There were little pockets of youths experimenting with how to express themselves, who were waiting for the bands with which they could identify, to put their feelings and put it up on stage.
And the whole thing put what Joe had been doing with the 101ers in a very different light.
Suddenly, the boot was on the other foot, or something had shifted. The cog in the universe had shifted there.
Mick Jones felt this shift too. He saw the 101ers and the Pistols and made a new connection between an urgent new sound and Joe Strummer. But Joe was already in the band. They had a single coming out, record company interest. His whole life revolved around this band and the squatting community it came out of. And yet, Joe found himself in a car, being driven to a different squat and taken to a room where Paul and Mick were waiting.
We said, we like you, but we don't like your group. Why don't you join us?
He was asked to cut ties with everything that came before and start again. Not just his band. He was being asked to change his appearance, his friends, his entire life. He was given 48 hours, and then it was cut to 24.
2 guys in the back room of the squat in Shepherd's Bush. But I knew, you could tell by looking at them, you didn't even have to speak to them. Mick and Paul were different.
And I can't decided there and then to throw my lot in.
Which meant it was all over for the 101ers.
The group of squatting friends were really like criticizing him for being, oh, you're just selling out, you're just being commercialized, you're losing yourself. So it was a very heavy guilt trip. It was this sense of betrayal. He wanted to be a pop star, but we kind of wanted our own pop star, and we enjoyed when he was our pop star.
Mick, Paul, and Joe were all searching for something that turned out to be each other. It's easy to think that fate had a hand in all of this, that the stars aligned and the Clash was born. Except, that's not how it happened. Or at least, that's not the full picture, because we haven't talked about Bernard yet. Pardon me. Or as they say in Britain, burn it.
But it's the first time in your life you've met someone with real talent. Great, okay? Forget all the fucking idiots you've met. I'm the philosophy of it. I'm the great engine of it. Without me, there's nothing.
Next time on Stay Free, the story of the Clash. The band start rehearsing with a vengeance and perform live for the first time, quickly getting a name for themselves. But as the punk scene starts to grow, so too does the backlash. This is a Spotify original podcast, produced in partnership with BBC Studios. If you can't wait for more, head over to the Stay Free Companion playlist for the true lasting legacy of the Clash, the music, only on Spotify. I'm Chuck D. Peace. Last time on Stay Free, the story of the Clash.
By the mid-70s, I remember London being dilapidated.
The battle went on in several streets off Ladbroke Grove.
And down below on the Portobello Road, there's swirling chaos and looting.
There were abandoned houses across the city. The squats were filled with a strange mix of people from all over.
There were little pockets of youths experimenting with how to express themselves, who were waiting for the bands with which they could identify.
I think Mick desperately wanted to be a rock star.
Two guys in the back room of a squat in Shepherd's Bush.
We said, we like you, but we don't like your group. Why don't you join us?
Some say punk lasted a little over a year. Some say only a matter of months. Others say punk lived for precisely 100 nights. The first 100 nights of 1977. The lifespan of a punk club called the Roxy.
I mean, we went in there and I thought, this is so bad, it's going to be brilliant.
In December 1976, a young couple named Susan Carrington and Andrew Tchaikovsky took over a lease of a rundown gay bar in a rundown part of London's West End.
Leek
1st of January
Covent
1977.
Garden, not flashy like it is now.
They were involved in the punk scene and fancied themselves as promoters.
There was one champagne bucket, one glitter ball. That was it, wasn't it?
Yeah.
There was no drink, there was absolutely nothing.
They'd taken over the lease. They were invested. They needed to have a big opening night.
Everything we had was riding on that success. The second night wasn't going to happen until the first night succeeded. End of story. You're out of the game.
But there was a problem. They picked a night where people usually like to stay home, New Year's Day.
This was a cold January day.
Dark, dreary.
No transport.
No shops.
It was
nothing.
There was another problem. Andrew and Susan hadn't gotten around to stocking the bar. Now it was New Year's Day, and all the stores would be closed.
And luckily, we found a cash and carry in North London.
In East London,
Indian family. Loaded up my Mini. I still had the Mini car at the time.
Loaded up.
The boot was right on the floor.
The
Stacks
back
of.
seat was full of cans.
I think
of
we
beer.
borrowed money off of my mum to get the drink in.
Susan and Andrew scrambled, and they got the Roxy doors open in time. Now, they just had the hope that people would show.
We're standing by the door, worried sick no one was going to turn up, and then suddenly, queues started forming.
They didn't know it, but Andrew and Susan had an ace up their sleeve because they had booked the Clash.
977, I hope I go to heaven. I'm too long on the tube, and I can't work at all. Danger, you better bang to me. No Elvis Beatles or the Rolling Stones in 1977.
The Clash didn't have a record out. They hadn't played all that many gigs. And yet, they brought all these kids out the woodwork.
And it filled up pretty quickly, didn't it?
Well, it switched from being, oh my God, it's going to be empty, how are we going to pay the band and the rent, to, crikey,
God,
how are we
gonna-
going to get all these people in?
And people came.
All the way from, I know, Oxford or Bromley or whatever, to see the Clash.
In just 7 months, how had the Clash acquired this legion of followers? What was it about the Clash that inspired such devotion? Well, to understand that, we have to start with a man called Bernard Rhodes, known to those around him as Bernie.
Bernie was the mentor. Bernie constructed the Clash.
You're listening to Stay Free, the story of the Clash. I'm Chuck D, and this is episode 2, A Very Creative Situation. I didn't mention it before, but Bernard Rhodes has actually been involved in this story since day one. We're going to take you back to a gig Joe Strummer played with the 101ers. On May 30th, 1976. After Joe got off stage that night, a guy approached him and offered to change his life.
And those things don't happen every night.
This guy was short. He wore dark glasses, and he looked about 10 years older than Joe.
Sometimes in this world, you're born with luck. I think it was good luck to meet Bernie. The best bit of luck I ever had.
It was Bernard who drove Joe over to that Davis Street squat where Bernard had arranged for Mick and Paul to be waiting. Bernard had met Mick first. He ran Mick's cafe auditions and was the first to see potential in Paul, even though Paul didn't play an instrument. Bernard matched him with Joe and saw potential in all three of them, with him as manager. Bernard made the introductions and said he'd leave them all to talk, but he gave Joe a deadline.
He said, all right, I'll give you 24 hours to think about it.
This wasn't a band. It was just an idea. Bernard's idea. To understand the Clash, you have to understand Bernard Rhodes. But that ain't so easy, because he's a mysterious guy. We tried to speak to Bernard for this story, but he didn't want to go on tape. And for the former manager of a globally recognized band, there's relatively little on the record from him. To get a sense of him, we're relying on a few scratchy recordings from over the years.
From 54, I knew everything, from every fashion, every club, club led.
Those, and what the Clash and their entourage can tell us about the man.
I was frightened of Bernie Rhodes when I first met him.
That's Clash road manager Johnny Green.
He seemed so powerful.
Bernard Rhodes is not a big man. Johnny Green is a very big man. It's difficult to imagine him being scared of anyone. And yet...
And he had eyes that seemed to go right through you and know what you were thinking. Scary man.
There are lots of stories about his upbringing. A mother that fled war-torn Russia on foot while pregnant. That he spent time amongst the tailors of London's prestigious Savile Row. That he invented children's toys.
Yeah, you never quite knew what he'd been involved in, really, you know? Was it all true, or was it not true? He'd run garages, he'd been the ideas man for Mark Bolan. Who knew? Who knew? How do you know? It's hard to tell, and there was no way of checking it. So I tended to believe it just because it's quite interesting about the man. An intriguing, dark figure who was endlessly plotting. He was plotting all the time against people. Malcolm McLaren, for one.
There are whole decades unaccounted for. But we do know by the 1970s, Bernard was on London's fashionable King's Road. He was working with Malcolm McLaren, the man considered to be the visionary behind UK punk. Malcolm managed the Sex Pistols and is almost as famous as the Pistols themselves. And at the beginning, Bernard Rhodes was right there with them, designing provocative t-shirts, trading radical ideas, auditioning musicians for bands. In fact, it was Bernard who recruited John Lydon, a.k.a. Johnny Rotten, to the Sex Pistols while Malcolm was out of the country. But then Malcolm came back and kind of pushed Bernard to one side. This is Joe.
I found out that they'd fallen out, and it was very much Malcolm had the Sex Pistols and Bernie was going to go out and get a group and prove Malcolm wrong in a way. And so he constructed the Clash with a view to that.
A lot of managers think that, you know what, there's millions of artists out there, but it's only a few great minds. I think the thing about Bernard Rhodes is that he's typical of that time, of somebody that says that you guys would be better with a mind behind your creativity. It's a chicken and an egg. It's like, does this group become big because of this Svengali mind, or does this Svengali mind help the group because he can guide it because it already was on its way? With Joe on board, Bernard had enough willing participants for his own band. The next thing Bernard needed was somewhere for this band to rehearse. Fortunately, Bernard was a hustler. He had a number of money-making schemes on the go at any one time. One of these schemes was a business repairing motor cars, which is maybe why he seems to mainly speak in car metaphors.
I think it's a bit like a classic car without the engine. They put pedals in. I'm the engine. And this is a thing with pedals.
That's also how he heard about a derelict building next to a body shop in North London's Camden Town. A tall, bleak building on 2 floors.
With strange plants growing in the water system there.
The band moved their equipment into this building, and Bernard set them to work.
We'd painted the studio before we could rehearse in it properly. We had to give it a lick of paint, or more than a lick of paint. I always remember spending whole days painting. We had to paint the place before we could rehearse.
Joe, Mick, and Paul were joined by another guitarist, Keith Levine. He only lasted 4 months before he was fired. The band said he wasn't committed enough. They also had Terry Chimes, the band's first drummer, and together they started a grueling rehearsal campaign. Joe would later say that every day the warehouse shook with the sound of hard practice.
Another thing to say about that period, if you ask me, I'll say it was a couple of years. It felt like ages because we were working so hard.
That's drummer Terry Chimes.
It went on and on and on, I felt, but it was actually 4 months, which is nothing really to get a band off the ground and up and running.
But hard work is just what Terry was looking for. Before joining this band, he had been hauling his drum kit all over London, up and down stairs to audition rooms, looking for a group as ambitious as he was.
Oh, they were different for sure. They were, we are going to make this work and we're going to be the biggest band in the world and nothing's going to stop us. And you felt, lots of people say that sort of thing, but they sort of meant it. You could feel that there was a real intent there. They weren't going to wait anywhere, they're going to go out and grab success.
And Bernard didn't want any distractions.
It wasn't a hanging around place, it was a workplace.
That's Johnny Green, the Clash's road manager again.
Rehearsals wasn't a social club. It wasn't a meeting point for mates. There were plenty of those, but they weren't allowed in.
The day that I joined the Clash was very much back to square one, year zero.
That's Joe.
Part of punk was you had to shed all that you knew of before, and we were almost Stalinist in a way that you had to shed all your friends or everything that you'd known or every way that you'd played before.
Mick and Joe had a few songs already. They began by playing those. And when it came to figuring out a sound, as luck would have it, the Bible had just been released. It was the sound of punk from New York City.
To me, the Ramones are really linked very hard, in my mind, with British punk rock. That first Ramones album, me, Mick Jones and Paul Simon would sit around playing along with that to practice, you know?
The songs were short, brisk, and crucially for the Clash, they were easy to follow along to.
I think the strength of the music is that any fool can play it. It's simple, it has low overheads, i.e. a drum kit and a couple of amps, and it's fun. This is a big point. It's fun to play punk rock because it's very physical. You get the guitar and you bash the guitar, and so it's very direct.
That's the thing. Simple is powerful. In the beginning of hip-hop, you had a lot of incredible, innovative pioneers that made the audience awestruck because we couldn't perceive how they were doing it. It's like I thought when I saw a DJ with two turntables, I was thinking, well, why does he need two? Maybe if the first one breaks down, that's his spare backup. We couldn't conceive of what and how this was coming across so powerful and yet so easy looking. The band tried out different names. They tried the Mirrors, the Psychotic Negatives, the Phones, the Weak Heart Drops. For a while, they were called the Outsiders. Until a record store owner pointed out to Joe that the Outsiders were an old band once signed to Capitol Records. It was the bassist, Paul, who came up with the name that stuck. It was a chaotic time. He noticed one word in particular frequently appearing in the headlines.
The name The Clash really came out of just looking at Evening Standard, really. I don't know, it had a bit of style, flashness to it, and, you know, I suggested it, and everybody liked it.
On July 4th, 1976, just over a month after they first met, The Clash made their live debut. They were supporting the Sex Pistols in a pub called the Black Swan, up in Sheffield in the north of England.
I got up at 4 a.m. to make sure we were on time. It seems laughable now, it was ridiculous, but it was just that enthusiasm. We'd been wound up so tight like a spring, we all just want to get on with it.
Terry and the others piled into the back of a removal truck and barreled up to Sheffield with their gear stacked around them, the door open so they could breathe, and someone's shoe and a string trailing behind. Paul had only been playing a few months. He had painted all the notes on his bass to help guide his fingers, and he was fighting first gig nerves.
It's really funny. We had a number called Listen that went do-do-do-do-dum, do-do-dum, 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 do-dum. And the band came in there, right? Yeah. The bassist. Paul had never played a gig in his life. And that was the first number for some reason. We got up nervous and he went do-do-do-do-dum, do-do-dum, 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 do-do-dum.
Why didn't you come in?
Well, I wasn't much of a musician myself, and I was waiting for like the D note or whatever, you know. Yeah. We just collapsed laughing.
The closest thing to a review of their first gig came in the letters page of the next issue of Sounds magazine, and it wasn't good. The Clash were just a cacophonous barrage of noise. The bass guitarist had no idea on how to play the instrument, and even had to get another member of the band to tune it for him. The Clash went back to bass. They threw themselves into work so intensely they gave their headquarters a name that reflected the repetitive nature of their work. Rehearsals.
Between the first gig, the Black Swan, and the second gig, we seem to have gone through a transitional period.
In a frenzied attempt to create something new, which is not easy at any time. It was very rigorous like that, yeah.
Sometimes They even break back into rehearsals after Bernard had locked up for the night.
We were insane, basically. Completely and utterly insane, I'm glad to say. But we're definitely crazed, obsessed, mad. I can't believe anyone would even hang around with us.
Roles were beginning to form. Paul driving the style and the image. Mick the tunesmith. Joe on lyrics.
Oh, we loved observing the world, yeah. If you sat in an airport with him for a couple of hours, he'd observe all the people, all the things going on, and he'd sort of create all kinds of scenarios out of nothing.
Joe had been writing lyrics in the 101ers, but with The Clash, he found his voice.
It was Bernie who really said, I remember he said, write about what affects you, which gave me something to write about.
Bernard told him to ditch the love songs. He gave them reading lists of existentialist literature. He tore out newspaper articles and told them to write about what was going on around them.
In love with rock and roll, whoa. In love with getting strong, whoa. In love with Jenny Jones, whoa. He don't like it, burn up now. He's in love with rock and roll, whoa. He's in love with getting strong, whoa. He's in love with Jenny Jones, whoa. He don't like it, burn up now.
I used to write a lot of the basic stuff on the bus, on the number 31 bus between Chippenham Road and Camden Town. So I'd be going on to rehearsals on the bus, and that was the kind of a lot of the time the rhythms of the bus would be the things that I would somehow hook onto.
This was a London band. They wanted the music to sound like the roar of the city. They wanted the lyrics to reflect the problems and the dreams of the people who lived there.
I don't know, Janie Jones came in to my head she had been in the Sunday papers. There had been a scandal.
Janie Jones was London's most notorious vice queen, kind of like a 1970s Heidi Fleiss.
That was the basic tune of Janie Jones. It was just taken from the number 31 bus and also a little bit from the Sunday papers.
Drummer Terry Chimes says Mick was able to visualize a whole song in his head.
Well, you have an intro and a verse and a chorus, and then you have a middle part, which is in this key, then you go back to this, and you'd have it all arranged.
While the others were writing songs, Paul was shaping the Clash's image. The clothes, the stage backdrop, the whole look, cobbling it together from whatever they had around them. Paul suggested that they use paint left over from redecorating the rehearsal space to splatter over their secondhand clothes. They went across the yard to a car body shop to borrow their spray gun and used it to stencil their clothes with slogans and song titles like Hate and War in 1977. Punk was about rejecting everything from the past, even your heroes. Joe stenciled Chuck Berry is dead on one of his shirts.
It was a good, cheap way to put an image together or have something to wear on stage.
A month after their trip to Sheffield, the band had a set of original songs and a unified look. They were ready for an audience again. Only this time, they wouldn't be playing at a venue. Bernard had arranged for an invite-only showcase at rehearsals for a select group of influence makers.
My name is Caroline Kuhn. I'm an artist and a writer. And in the mid-70s, I was one of the first people to write about what was happening on the street and what I eventually called the punk rock movement.
Caroline Kuhn was one of the few journalists invited to the showcase.
It was fascinating and glorious to see that Joe Strummer and the band had something to say, had something political to express. They wanted to be heard, and they were damn well going to be heard urgently, now.
Another journalist who saw the Clash showcase declared in Sounds magazine that they're the first band to come along who will frighten the Sex Pistols shitless.
It's very boring for me to tell you what they were like. Okay, no. The Clash Live were explosive. The Clash Live were immediately what you would call the best exponents of rock and roll there'd ever been.
There was a blaze of colour. That's what I remember. It's a blaze of colour, emerging from the stage.
That's journalist Chris Salowich.
Colour and movement all sort of intertwined. That's how they appeared to me. And fabulous sound.
Chris was a features writer at NME. He would go on to interview The Clash many, many times, and eventually he'd write a biography of Joe Strummer. The first time he saw the Clash was at Fulham Town Hall in October 1976.
We'd like to sing a new song entitled Career Opportunities Are the One That Never Gone. They offered me the office, offered me the job. They said I'd better take anything they got.
The title of the new song was meant to be sarcastic. Career Opportunities was about the lack of career opportunities for British youth. Joe sang, "I hate the Army and I hate the RAF. I don't want to go fighting in the tropical heat. I hate the civil service rules. I won't open letter bombs for you."
I won't open letter bomb for you.
That last line is about a job Mick actually had. He worked at the Social Security office where one of his tasks was to open the mail at a time when the IRA were regularly sending out letter bombs.
And it was this kind of explosion of multidimensionality, which just like very, very powerful, very short songs. I couldn't understand a single word. It was just tremendous. You kind of left going, wow, slightly breathtaking.
Chris had seen Joe Strummer perform with the 101ers a few months earlier. But with the Clash, Joe was so transformed that Chris didn't even recognize him. He had cut his hair short and dyed it blonde.
Because he looked different. He looked much sleeker. He looked like a leopard on the prowl.
Meanwhile, out in the crowd, the punk scene had grown.
It was an early mass sighting of punk. Not everyone there was punk. Previously, you'd seen those sightings of punk at gigs like, Ramones, Runaways, but there'd only be like about 20 of them. And so it didn't really overwhelm you. But the species had clearly grown.
Chris saw a sea of leather jackets, fishnet tights, black leather skirts.
It was black. Basically everything seems to be black, I seem to remember. Black lipstick, black eye makeup, dyed black hair. Quite stylish, but a bit threatening too.
Chris, Caroline, and a few other journalists were excited by this new scene. But most of the UK music press dismissed punk out of hand.
What seemed so great about punk was that it just seemed to annoy people so much. People really hated it.
A colleague of Chris's at the NME, Charles Shaw Murray, trashed the Clash as the kind of garage band that should be speedily returned to the garage, preferably with the motor still running.
This whole idea that everyone on the NME was into punk, they weren't. Most people hated it. They all hated it.
Punk didn't need press support. It was a do-it-yourself thing. Bands advertised their shows with hand-drawn posters. Each show created new converts. It grew by word of mouth. It was what Clash manager Bernard Rhodes liked to call a very creative situation. There were so few bands that if you were a fan, you went to see them all. You meet in dark, hot venues to listen to these new bands tear through sets at breakneck speed, pogoing up and down while sweat dripped from the ceiling. The point of punk was anyone could do it. Many fans were inspired to pick up instruments and start bands of their own. Joe's girlfriend, Paloma McClarty, was one of the few people from his old squatting days who embraced punk. Like Joe, she made a clean break from her past. Her new name was Palmolive, like the soap brand, the result of a joke by Clash bassist Paul.
I said, that's gonna be my name because everybody was changing names. Part of this new image, you wanted a new name. So everything had to be new. It was like a christening into this new uncharted ground, this wild expanse. And we didn't know where we were gonna go and where it was gonna end, but we knew we wanted to be part of it.
Palmolive teamed up with a hell-raising 14-year-old singer from Germany, calling herself Ari Up. They made up the numbers for an all-female band.
So we felt kind of like this sister tribe. We were a revolution within a revolution.
They made dresses out of fluorescent plastic laundromat bags, paired torn-up wedding dresses with Doc Marten boots, gold magician's jackets, rubber, striped pants, and leopard skin vests, knickers over their trousers. And they called themselves the Slits.
We were throwing around names. We really liked it. We were talking about it and the fact that it meant all three different things, like the aggressiveness of a slit with a knife, slitting a skirt, Slits, your private part, you know, it all was great, you know.
The name was so controversial that later on, newspapers refused to print it.
Like some people will say, you know, you're not going to be able to reach as many audiences because that will put some people off. And we thought, good, that's okay.
Manager Bernard Rhodes had a vision for a Clash gig to be a cultural event, an all-round confrontational variety show. So for Bernard, the Slits were a perfect addition to the bill.
But your plans to make me blue with some other girl you knew before. But you of a kind, you know I love you more. Took me by surprise.
Punk zine Sniffing Glue reported that their set was mad, noisy, chaotic, brilliant. They were inspired but totally unrehearsed. The reviewer concluded, "I've got to admit, it scared the shit out of me." Then the Clash came on and blasted through a set of 14 songs that were loud, fast, energetic, and short.
There's also a brevity about a lot of your songs, which is interesting.
There's no room for instrumental excess.
Do you say there's no room for instrumental excess because you don't want to or because you can't?
Yeah. I can't at the moment.
I know, I understand this. Again, several of the bands of the new generation clearly, obviously, can't play their instruments very well. I'm not saying that about you necessarily.
Well, I practice a lot. All right, I admit it, I can't play.
The ramshackle vibe on stage was part of the point. Ability was not as important as mad enthusiasm.
How about the audience? What effect do you want to have on them emotionally?
Yeah, we want to make them vomit or something.
Punk gigs were powered by the spirit of teenage rebellion. The Clash sang about throwing bricks and looking for excitement. Audiences responded by ripping out seats and covering the stage in a torrent of spit.
It can't be too much fun being spat at. I mean, except it seemed to be appreciative spit. If you can get up on that. But Joe seemed a bit revolted by it at one stage.
If they're green, they're pretty nasty.
Yeah. There seemed to be some danger as well of Joe being pulled into the audience.
Yeah, there was some danger of Joe being pulled into the audience. Yeah, I don't think they want to hurt us.
I'm sure they don't. But it could happen though, couldn't it? That accidentally you could get yourself jammed.
Yeah, it's true. People get hurt. Could happen.
Back then, the Clash seemed to think a little danger came with the territory. This wasn't just music. It was a call to arms.
It seems to be political rock and roll, doesn't it? More than just...
Well, maybe it is just, maybe it's rock and roll. But it's definitely not harmless.
But while recording is becoming easier, finding places to play is becoming harder, thanks to the reputation punks are getting as troublemakers. The 100 Club in Oxford Street has banned all punk groups after an incident at a punk gig where a girl was nearly blinded by a broken bottle.
And at the ICA 2 weeks ago, a boy had his earlobe bitten off by his girlfriend, driven to frenzy by a punk group, appropriately called Clash.
It was the fans who were being violent more than the bands, which was then taken up by the press, who always want to express the most negativity they can about youth.
That's Caroline Coon.
And so as the fame of the punk movement kind of spread out in ripples, punks began to think that what it meant to be a punk was to just be violent.
For punk in 1976, there was danger wherever you went. And your clothes would mark you out.
It really took a lot of guts to be an early punk rocker.
This is Joe.
You had to be a bit hard-necked to put these clothes on because it instantly drew aggressive attention from anyone who fancied a punch-up. You were immediately a target. And that gave the whole movement a real knife edge. I meet people today who say, I was one of the first 3 punks in Aberdeen, and they detail this terrible stories of they couldn't go out the house without being chased down the street by a mob.
Then something happened that almost turned the whole of Britain into an anti-punk mob. It was the beginning of December and the Clash were booked to start a nationwide tour supporting the Sex Pistols, billed as the Anarchy Tour. But on the eve of the tour, the Pistols had done a live appearance on a TV news show. The host was a little drunk and was provoking the Sex Pistols into behaving badly. Pistols guitarist Steve Jones delivered. He called the presenter a dirty fucker and a fucking rotter. This was cursing on early evening live television in 1976. The incident was front page news the next day. The Daily Mirror ran a famous headline, "The Filth and the Fury." The Anarchy tour with the Pistols and the Clash began the next day. But gig after gig got canceled.
We were confined to the hotel rooms. Gigs were being cancelled everywhere. Every time the coach would pull up, there was a choir of religious people singing, like from the deep south or something,
Excuse me, sir, can I ask you why you're here tonight? Because I'm recognised as a Christian.
Never mind about Christianity. I think it's degrading and disgusting for our children to hear and see such things.
I got teenage daughters. One went to Rod Stewart, but I wouldn't let them go to see this rubbish.
If I thought one of mine was in there, I'd go in there and drag them out. Terrible, I think it is. I think it's disgusting. It's lowering the standard of our people in Capilli.
This was great for the Pistols. They were all about controversy. Every canceled gig raised their profile.
The Pistols like the hottest news in the entire country. The Sun and all those people were following the gig area. We felt kind of small then because Pistols were really front page banner headline stuff, We were just nothing. We were bottom of the bill.
There was only space for one band of anarchic rebels in the news coverage. The Clash would need to establish a different identity. But the controversy with the Sex Pistols threatened to swallow up the entire punk scene before the Clash even had a chance. At the time of the Anarchy tour, the UK punk rock movement had produced precisely 2 singles, the Sex Pistols' Anarchy in the UK and New Rose by the Damned. As of yet, there was nothing by the Clash, and punk fans were wandering the streets of England with no place to go. Which takes us back to where we started. New Year's Day, 1977, at the Roxy.
This is where the Roxy came in because you need a place for people to meet and to go to. You may all look fabulous in individual spots all over, but where do you go?
Susan and Andrew's vision was of a club that only put on punk acts. Like CBGB's in New York, they wanted the Roxy to be a place where a scene could develop, where kids could come and discover this music.
Hello, my name is Suggs from the pop group Madness.
Suggs, real name Graham McPherson, was 16 in 1977.
That's right.
He was living on Tottenham Court Road.
Yes.
In a flat above a carpet shop called Maples.
Are you going to tell the story or shall I? 1977. So I'm living right in the middle of the West End. And at the other end of Tottenham Court Road was this club called the Roxy.
Some friends of his invited him along one night.
So I'm in the Roxy watching a band called Eater, average age 14. And it was the most epochal moment of my life because I looked round and there was all these kids the same age as me, all kind of wearing the same gear as me, which was, basically you just didn't wear flares and your hair was shorter than the average person. I mean, most people at that point had permed hair, moustaches and great big baggy trousers. And kipper ties. So that was a revelation. It wasn't the cliched pictures of everyone looking really cool. Some people did just have a pair of old jeans that they'd taken in at the bottom themselves, and one safety pin. It was very much developing organically at that point, yeah.
The Roxy was a punk club, but punk wasn't the only music being played there. Remember, there were barely any punk records out yet. You only had about 20 minutes of music.
I had to supplement the rest of the night with something I liked.
That's Don Letts, who Susan and Andrew roped into being a DJ.
So I played hardcore dub reggae.
It was a kind of music that I was getting into and was like a sort of, wow, this is it. This is what I saw, as the aesthetic of Eater and what I heard from Don Letts has suddenly melded together in some strange way, yeah.
Suggs went on to form Madness, one of the most important bands to bring ska and the two-tone sound into the mainstream. It was punk, and seeing it at the Roxy, it showed them it was possible. That's the power of seeing someone do something new right in front of your eyes. In hip-hop, you're talking about Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five. When Grandmaster Flash and part of the Furious Five MCs that he would bring into an event, it was all about live. You can cut the room with a knife. That's how thick the electric atmosphere was. And you didn't know what was coming next. It was like the unknown, the unexpected. They had a command on an audience that you wanted to be swept up in that frenzy. And that in turn made you a fan. You wanted to go and dance at every event. But if you even mimic what they did at the live event, you know, like everybody thinks they sound great in the shower. You're like, wow, maybe I can grab the mic one day.
Whatever else I knew about music was that musicians were on some sort of pedestal, and all of a sudden there's these people rolling around on the floor in front of you. It just seemed like a laugh, you know, but then suddenly it was this, well, hang on a minute, you know, you can do it. Do you know what I mean? These kids are doing it.
And it all started on New Year's Day, when in the spirit of punk solidarity, The Clash agreed to play the Roxy's opening gig.
I think I tried to get down the stairs. It was impossible. Loud and smoky and energy and sweat dripping off the walls. That's toilets
Lots of
were
excitement
packed.
in the air. Oh, it's huge. Yeah, it's massive.
This is a recording of that night. They had a song for the occasion titled 1977. The Clash kicked dirt over their old idols. The song declared there'll be no Elvis, Beatles, or Rolling Stones in 1977. Nostalgia was a dirty word. But more importantly, this was New Year's Day, and everything about The Clash pointed forward. And in case anyone missed the point, Joe had 1977 stenciled in bold white paint across the front of his shirt. The Sex Pistols' informal motto was, "We hate everything." One of their songs declared there was no future. When The Clash hit the stage, they seemed like leaders of an unwritten future.
We knew that the Pistols had something great, something new. However, the nature of the beast was that it was extremely unlikely that the majority of the population would ever tolerate hearing the music at all. In a way, they went forward and destroyed everything. And then we came through after with something to build on. So I think it worked well in tandem, just by accident.
The Roxy didn't last long.
And we lasted 100 nights till April the 23rd, when we physically got kicked out by the landlords. Thank you and good night.
But the Roxy had done its job. It had given punk a home, keeping the scene alive just long enough for the money men to start taking notice. Less than a month after the Roxy opened its doors, The Clash was signing to a major label, CBS Records UK, for a princely sum. It would be the first major test for the band, and would throw up the question that they'd never stop grappling with. How do you stay true to the principles of punk that you started out with, while at the same time wanting to be the biggest band in the world?
977, I hope I go to heaven.
Next time on Stay Free, the story of The Clash, the band honed their message.
We can be one of two things, right? We can be a little forgotten article in old sniffing glue nostalgia, book 3, right? You know, we ain't doing this just to be a little part of history, right? We want to blitzkrieg the world and stomp everyone, right?
Convinced that music could do more than just entertain. It could be a tool for social change.
I like to have some mass insurgence, some mass revolt, some kind of realization, you know. That's why our message is important. That's why The Clash is important.
But as record companies come knocking, the band wrestle with whether signing up means selling out.
I wouldn't sign a record contract that said that you've got to sing old hits by Jonathan King.
And appear on the Lulu show in white Wellington boots.
You know what I mean? Like, we just wouldn't do it.
This is a Spotify original podcast, produced in partnership with BBC Studios. If you can't wait for more, head over to the Stay Free Companion playlist for the true lasting legacy of The Clash, the music, only on Spotify. I'm Chuck D. Peace. Last time on Stay Free, the story of the Clash. Some say Punk lived for precisely 100 nights at the Roxy.
I mean, we went in there and I thought, this is so bad, it's going to be brilliant.
We knew that the Pistols had something great, something new.
And then we came through after with something to build on.
Roles were beginning to form. Paul driving the style and the image. Mick the Tunesmith. Joe on lyrics.
Sometimes in this world you're born with luck. I think it was good luck to meet Bernie. The best bit of luck I ever had.
I remember he said, write about what affects you, which gave me something to write about.
Every day the warehouse shook with the sound of hard practice.
You could feel that there was a real intent there. We weren't going to wait anywhere, they were going to go and grab success.
We were insane, basically. Completely and utterly insane. Crazed. Obsessed.
Joe Strummer and the band had something to say, had something political to express. They wanted to be heard, and they were damn well going to be heard urgently.
Early 1977 found the Clash mostly at rehearsals. It was business as usual, except for one thing. In a dimly lit office above the rehearsal room, a new member of the gang was squinting at a sewing machine.
I was making clothes for what I thought was a revolutionary army. That's what I kind of thought.
Alex Michon was an 18-year-old art student. Bernard Rhodes hired Alex to design and make clothes for the Clash, which meant spending a lot of time at Clash headquarters.
A huge, huge room that smelled of damp. It had one of Paul's paintings on the wall, which looked like it had been shot with a pistol.
Alex says the atmosphere was less like a band in rehearsal and more like a revolutionary cell in training. Bernard Rhodes offered strange directions.
The only kind of advice he gave us, he said, you've got to go and watch The Battle for Algiers for design research.
The Battle of Algiers is a 1960s art house film about the Algerian fight for independence from the French.
And then he said, the clothes have got to be tough because there's going to be a lot of fighting on the street.
Alex double-stitched, sometimes triple-stitched Clash clothing to make it more hard-wearing. Because Bernard was right. There was going to be a lot of fighting.
It was a violent time.
Fights often broke out at Clash gigs. The audience flung glass, bottles, bricks, and darts at the stage. Outside the gigs, there were frequent violent run-ins with gangs. Teddy boys, skinheads, anyone who had it in for punks.
So there was that. There was a lot of tension of that time.
In the late 1970s, there was also a massive increase in racial attacks on Britain's immigrant communities, bolstered by the far-right party, the National Front, who considered this period as their heyday.
The National Front is a fascist front. Smash the National Front!
The Clash would find themselves at the center of this battle, fighting for the soul of Britain's youth.
Let them go! Let them go! They're fucking dancing! All right, they're dancing, not fighting! All right, you've done it. Go!
You're listening to Stay Free, the story of the Clash. I'm Chuck D, and this is episode 3, The Barricades. On the 1st of January 1977, the Clash had played to just 400 people at the Roxy Club. 3 weeks later, CBS signed the Clash for £100,000, a huge number, around $750,000 by today's money. But it brought up big questions. They would have to fight to avoid compromising their vision for the band. Here's Joe and Mick speaking to a journalist in 1977.
Isn't it possible that just by signing you get incorporated into the system?
You watch what you sign. Obviously, you've got to do it on your own terms. Like, if I would have signed a record contract that said that you've got to sing old hits by Jonathan King
and appear on the Lulu show, white Wellington boots.
Yeah, I mean, like, we just wouldn't do it.
Selling out. It's just what the replicant is driving. Right.
From the start, the band refused to appear on Top of the Pops. This was the National Pop Chart show, and it was huge. 1 in 4 people tuned in each week. The way Joe saw it, it was just an old pop TV show left over from the 1960s. Performers had to mime along to their records rather than play live. The Clash had no time for it.
My personal feeling was, why the hell should I do it?
This is Joe being interviewed about it in the early 80s.
In a way, it was good, because if you wanted to check the Clash out, you had to go down there and be sweaty and be shoved around and have it right out in front of your face. The people who dig us will dig us forever, if you like, because they had to make that effort to check us out, and we weren't in the living room every Thursday night at 7:20.
Now that the Clash was with CBS, both band and label were keen to get inside a recording studio. But the Clash had concerns about that process too.
Yeah, none of us had too much studio experience, so I remember being highly nervous that it might bland out the sound.
The Clash had already done some studio recording, but hadn't been happy with the results. They felt the tapes hadn't quite captured what they were about.
And it had come out sounding, less than the sum of its parts. So I think we were a bit nervous that we weren't going to be able to operate in the studio at all, or that we couldn't translate what we did live in there or something.
So when the Clash turned up at CBS's studios on February 12, 1977, they were on their guard.
It was very weird. They didn't really want to talk. They didn't want to shake my hand. They were very punk.
That's Simon Humphrey, the studio engineer that CBS put on the job.
And I guess I looked like the mid-70s hippie they were worried they were going to meet, really.
Punk had a buzz, and the record companies wanted a piece of the action. But CBS hadn't exactly rolled out the red carpet for their new signing. They gave the Clash just 3 long weekends to record and mix the album, and stashed them in the attic.
In other words, about as far away from everybody as they could get, really.
It was in the room, which I only found this out later, that the Stooges had cut raw power in. They shoved all the weirdos up there.
Simon, the recording engineer, had been hoping Punk would pass him by. But now he found himself at the business end of it, and it was everything he feared.
As you know, Punk is intimately connected to gobbing and spitting. They would just basically spit everywhere on the floor.
And they came with an entourage.
They would be a kind of chaotic presence, really, and not a very productive one at that. All these guys would wander up. They'd bring in things like sheets of scrap metal or corrugated iron and start hitting them with hammers just to see if they made a good noise that might add to the kind of punk sound. And you'd think, well, that's never going to happen, is it? The worst example was that one guy wandered in with a gun one day and said, why don't we just shoot something and record it? And I'm thinking, oh, God, this is going to end very badly.
This could all sound like a lot of bravado, like they were just trying to be difficult and prove they were punks. But it was all part of a deliberate strategy by the Clash.
We were setting up the drums. This is the first time I'd ever recorded them. And Mick and Joe, I don't remember which one of them said to me, so how do you normally record drums? And I said, well, I normally do this. And they said, right, well, don't do that. Whatever it is you normally do, don't do it. The idea from their perspective was, we reject everything that's gone before. We're starting from, a new beginning.
I was at CBS 10 years later. We were just like Joe. We wanted to make our own record, too. A distinct sound that was more about us and not about a CBS engineer isn't not going to have a song bleed in the red. When we started, it was like, man, fuck that. Bleed in the red. Distorted. Oh, that's not technically correct, so we didn't even want to have that issue. We had to make something for our genre, not something that the distributor felt that was adequate. The Clash brought their own man to CBS Studios. Mickey Foote was a friend of Joe's from the 101ers era. He scarcely had any producing experience, but on the first Clash album, he would act as their guy on the inside, sitting with Simon Humphrey in the control room.
I remember sticking a piece of paper on the desk for Mickey Foote to read. Wrote, keep it raw.
London's burning! London's burning!
This song, London's Burning, is one of the first songs Mick and Joe wrote. It came out of a long evening spent taking in the view of the lights across London from the 18th floor balcony of Mick's grandmother's flat.
All across the town, all across the night, everybody's driving with forehead light. Black or white, you turn it on your face and new religion. Everybody's sitting round watching television. London's burning, we're bored now.
It's about kids and cars, getting bored driving around London, and it became the backbone of the Clash live set.
Burning down, I'm up and down our west side, in and out the light. What a great traffic system! It's so bright. I can't think of a better way to spend the night. The speeding around underneath the yellow light. London's burning.
In terms of recording Joe, you essentially put a microphone up. You started recording from the word go. You didn't give him a run through. You didn't say, actually, Joe, you could do this a bit better if you do it 3 or 4 times. You just hit record, and what came out was Joe Strummer.
Going down through the empty pub, looking for a home. I'm on through the empty stone, 'cause I'm on a road.
The album that came out of these sessions wasn't some technically masterful record. This was The Clash, as they sounded in all their chaotic glory. One of the first people to hear these recordings was Mick's old school friend, Robin Banks. Mick invited his friend over to hear the album master on acetate.
Yeah, it was an evening I'll never forget. It was very difficult to actually believe, pinching yourself almost, because how did this happen? Yeah, a very strange, unreal feeling.
It all felt a little unreal to Mick, too.
We kept saying, does it sound like a real album? He must have said it 20 times during the course of the album. Does it sound like a real album, Rob? But I do remember thinking, wow, this is fucking, might be going somewhere, Mick.
Friday or Saturday, what does that mean? Some place of time and needs a heavy scene. Monday's coming like a jail on wheels. 48-hour needs 48-hour needs a 48.
Among the critics who got copies of the album for review, there were plenty who didn't get it. A journalist and melody maker said it gave him a headache. People thought it was badly produced or maybe not even produced at all.
It kind of could have been a live record, really.
Chris Salowich at the NME appreciated that this was exactly the point.
It didn't sound like most other records at all. It sounded, you had to make a kind of shift in your thinking to appreciate it. It sounds like their stage shows, which are quite, you never quite know what you're going to be getting. So I thought the sound was absolutely crucial to it.
I come down from top to bottom, trying to get around, but my legs are broken. Every time I miss it, 'cause I ain't got a ticket.
It's just absolutely pounding and pulsating. But once you got it, they were brilliant. It just sounded like an absolute milestone in popular music. Absolute milestone. You could feel their greatness.
Having the Clash music on record finally gave people a chance to hear the words. Up until then, it had been just down to whether you could decipher the lyrics Joe screamed into the microphone at a gig. It revealed a whole other dimension to the music.
London's burning with boredom, for example. I didn't get that. I didn't understand that point. But when I got the first Clash album, I thought it was hysterically funny. And as I've always thought, it wasn't about the Clash weren't really pushing some direct hard left agenda as is often seems to be perceived. I thought this was from a leftish point of view, but it was satire. They're pointing out the iniquities of our existences.
They called their first album The Clash. What happened next took everyone by surprise. This raw punk rock record shot up the charts all the way up to number 12.
I only remember the release hitting when somebody came in and said, your album's gone in at number 12. The charts were sort of for other people, because we were really squabbling around at the bottom. But that was the moment when you felt it emotionally.
Joe says the charts were for other people, and that's kind of what their record company, CBS, had also assumed.
I think they were genuinely amazed because the album wasn't really promoted. CBS, like everybody else, had a promotions department. They had no desire to associate themselves with punk either. And there was nothing in their repertoire that extended to promoting punk records at that time. So basically, they didn't do any.
Instead, the record's success was down to some positive reviews and word of mouth.
It's quite a revelation to a record company that prides itself on being able to create hit records through its own means, to have this sort of groundswell word of mouth kind of success. They were quite bemused about the fact that You know, punk had a life of its own, and it didn't really have much to do with CBS, really.
The success of the album disguised the problem. By the time it was released, the drummer on the album was no longer in the band. Terry Chimes had quit. For months, Terry had been getting tired with the political side of the band. He says Bernard Rhodes was always talking about having a stance.
And I thought, I don't care about the stance, I just want to play the music. I like the music, and I wasn't really that bothered about Bernie's attempts at indoctrinating everyone to this stance. Bernie was like that, he'd always challenge people. You know, do you want to do this or this? Are you serious about doing this, or are you just here to have a glass of lemonade and relax?
Everyone in the Clash was driven towards success, but Terry was finding out that could mean different things.
They would say something like, we're not going to have any money, we're just going to give it all away. So I'd say, well, what are you going to eat then? I said, I know you don't understand.
On one occasion, they teased Terry when, sitting around talking about what they wanted out of life, Joe says that Terry admitted to wanting a Lamborghini.
Terry wanted to join a pop group and get a Lamborghini, your average suburban kid's dream, right? And we used to have discussions, about what were we doing, what was the point. We were quite
rigorous.
Yeah, I suppose the word is. And when he said, about the Lamborghini, it was heresy. And we were laughing at him and jeering at him.
I think that's been misconstrued. He would say he doesn't want anything, and I say, well, yeah, you do. I want a nice car, and you will want things. You want a house or something, you will want something. You don't say you don't want anything, because that's a stick they'll hit you with. So you're setting yourself up for failure.
Terry had quit the band by the time the album cover was being designed. The others used the album credits to take a dig at what they saw as Terry's capitalist outlook. They didn't credit Terry by his real name. Instead of Terry Chimes, he was Tory Crimes, aligning him with the UK's political right. Terry says it was only years later that he got a little clarity on what was going on.
Every one of those people, no exceptions, came from a broken home. I came from a very happy home. When Bernie would say, the world's horrible, it's out to get, everyone's out to get, you've got to fight for every single thing, they go, yeah. I'd say, I don't think it's like that at all. I think it's, quite happy in the world. So that was why we fundamentally, at a very deep level, completely disagreed over everything. They were angry at the world all the time. I was a fish out of water, really.
As Joe would later say, a founding rule of rock and roll is that you're only as good as your drummer. So auditions were held every afternoon in Camden Town. Mick says every drummer in London went through that audition room. Joe says as many as 206. The band weren't just looking for someone who could play. They wanted someone who fit in with what they were all about. They got Nicholas Heaton.
Tobbe came down and it just smoked.
When they kick out your front door, how you gonna go? With your hands on your head, on the trigger of your gun.
Went along to the audition. Yeah, I had long hair and flair, and they said, we've got to cut your hair off. So I said, all right then. So Paul chopped it all off. Never cut hair before, I don't think, and it looked dreadful. So, I think actually joining the Clash, it wasn't just about your musical ability, it's about whether you go the extra mile. And
they changed his name. Nicholas Heaton became Topper because Paul said he looked like the monkey in Topper the comic book that he was carrying in his pocket when he came to the audition.
And I was mortified. I left home in the morning, Nick Heaton, a mild-mannered hippie. I went home, Topper Heaton, named after a monkey with ginger hair. Do you know, no wonder my marriage didn't last.
And Topper Heaton was part of the gang. He would also eventually be counted as one of the greatest rock and roll drummers of all time. It was the link between punk rock and all of the musical directions the Clash would eventually go in, as they increasingly incorporated reggae, experimented with world music, jazz, and later hip-hop.
He could play funk, soul, reggae didn't faze him. I mean, that's really why the Clash became an interesting musical unit in its future, was the fact we had Topper Headon on the kit, and he had incredible strength and stamina. I mean, everything coming off the stage you manufactured in that moment, and it was really fast and really hard and very loud. If you didn't have stamina, you'd flake out. If we hadn't found Topper Headon, we'd have never, ever got anywhere. Without Topper Headon, we'd have died with punk. No doubt about it.
And Topper's baptism of fire was the White Riot Tour, the band's UK tour of their first album, which started just weeks after Topper came on board. The tour lived up to its name. The Clash caused mayhem at venues, on the tour bus, in every hotel. Mick's friend Robin Banks was along for the ride.
On the White tour, we were staying in sort of middle-range hotels, and the usual customers just couldn't believe it. It was like being an alien. They just couldn't get their heads around it.
They held pitched battles in hotel corridors with fire extinguishers, kicked in hotel doors when they lost their key, only to realize it was the wrong room. Set fire to people. Minor stuff, Robin says. If you were black, you couldn't get away with none of that. No way in hell. Traveling the United States, you got problems, man. If you do that to a hotel, that's the end of your tour, number one, and you're not getting out of that state. It would have been none of this, they're just rebellious. It would have been like, no, they're off with their heads. They're going to jail. And they're not getting out unless they have some money. And they ain't got no money, so they're going to stay in jail. And we knew better. We're going to go out. We know we have to be on our P's and Q's. We could say a lot, but, going and doing things that actually destroying property in the United States, that's jail time. But on the White Riot tour, it wasn't the Clash who caused the most controversy. That honor belonged to the all-female group that the Clash had invited along on tour.
Michael Hill, Slit. Man.
Don Letts got pulled into the world of punk by playing reggae records at the Roxy. And for a brief period in 1977, he tried to manage the Slits.
Tried being the operative word. I mean, I remember trying to check him into the hotel, and I'm just about to sign the register, and I'd hear Harry behind me go on the floor. Next thing I know, you can't check into this hotel. And then the hotel would ring all the hotels ahead in the tour and say, don't book these girls in. So the Slits had to be in their own hotel. They were that out there.
Don even had to bribe the coach driver to get them on the tour bus.
They terrified men, absolutely. And it wasn't terrified in a way that they were just screaming girls or something. There was a kind of a deep philosophy that totally freaked men out. And it wasn't just by being outrageous. Sometimes they could just be present and men would freak out, just the way they looked.
Punk was new and confronting, but there was already a long history of male rock and roll acts behaving disgracefully. People could get their heads around that. Asking them to do the same for the female punks was proving too much.
I think in their psyche, we were more dangerous. It was wild but sexy and loud all together in a bundle. I think psychologically, they couldn't take it.
The Slits refused to tone down their act, though. There was the time lead singer Ari Up urinated on stage during a set.
I think she weed on the side of the stage, but anyway, it doesn't matter. I mean, her justification was the toilet was so far away, and when you need to go, you need to go.
The Slits had perfected this kind of extreme self-expression in the safe haven of the Roxy Club. But the Slits weren't playing just to small London-based art school crowds any longer. Out in the wider public, the Slits not only drew more attention, they drew aggression. Ari Up, who was still high school age at the time, was stabbed twice by members of the public. She says one of her attackers came up with a knife and said, "Here's a slit for you," before stabbing her in the leg.
It was just something that people hadn't experienced before, the unknown. I mean, I swear if we were born at a different time, we would have been burnt as witches.
Would you actually be as violent as you suggest in your songs if it came to it?
Of course.
This is Joe talking to a journalist in 1977 about violence at Clash gigs.
Would you try to incite an audience to riot?
Of course. We try it every night. I want to hear the smashing of seats and the crumpling of the wood and the snapping of the iron.
Suppose they take the money away from your feet.
I don't care. Right. I don't care if the ceiling falls down and kills everyone in the theatre. What do I care about it? Me included, I don't care. Don't care what happens. As long as it's out of hand, out of control, I don't care.
So you really couldn't care less what happens as long as it's exciting?
As long as it's out of control.
But as punk spread, it took on a life of its own. And the Clash were about to find out what out of control really looked like on a large scale. Enemy writer Chris Salowich followed the band on tour in 1977 and 78. He wrote about the cutthroat violence that would break out at their gigs.
The stage is ringed by concrete posts with sort of barbed wire, preventing anyone getting any closer. And there's probably hundreds of them trying to push down this fence. And Joe leaps down, starts himself trying to push these concrete fences down. And it's like missiles are raining down on the stage, and I see Simonon, some lump of concrete goes into his shoulder, which has a serious bruise, and his skin is broken after I saw. So it's literally bedlam.
In Glasgow, the Clash waded into the middle of a running battle between bouncers and the local youths.
It was almost like a sort of mini civil war seemed to be going on.
Chris Salowich was there.
There was a bouncer and just leaping into the audience to attack kids. I mean, it was quite extraordinary.
There's a recording of the band at this gig stopping the show to break up fights.
Let them go! Let them go! Go! Let them go! They're fucking dancing!
All right,
they're dancing, not fighting!
All right, you've
Let
done
them
it.
go! Leave him alone!
All right, cool it. Simmer down, control your temper. We've still got another fucking song to do, yeah?
One would hear about these undercurrents of violence in places like Glasgow, but I never really believed it existed, but it certainly did. And it was quite terrifying, actually.
Glasgow's my favorite place. We have legendary, rough-ass, turbulent gigs there. They wearing it on the sleeve and they're ready to go. You better be ready for Glasgow. It's the real deal.
All right, cool it. Control your temper. This is the title. I want a riot of my own.
Every Clash gig had the potential to descend into a riot. This was a very dangerous proposition in late 1970s Britain. Police were clamping down on violence at soccer matches. So skinhead football hooligans started turning up the gigs instead, spoiling for a fight.
They were climbing like ants, like orcs from Lord of the Rings, climbing up the PA system to get on the stage.
That's Clash road manager Johnny Green.
And you might say, well, that's a funny business. Bands walk off these days if somebody throws a beer bottle. Not having that. This was, that goes with it, doesn't it? That's what the point of it.
The Clash was struggling to keep the violence in check. They were also dealing with fans who misinterpreted what punk music was all about. Punk was about being confrontational and disobedient, and some punk behavior was easy to take the wrong way. Although Clash manager Bernard Rhodes had always tried to put a stop to it, some punks would wear swastika armbands just to be provocative. Here's Joe talking about it back at the time.
I think there's a lot of confusion. People who wear Nazi armbands and that, they don't know what it means. It don't mean anything to the kids who wear it. But I think there's a danger there that National Front could move in there and have all them kids that vote for us, Just sort of an ignorant situation.
The ignorant situation was connected to the rise of the racist right-wing group, the National Front. The Front was courting young people, and the UK right wing was trying to claim punk as their movement. American conservative magazine The National Review called UK Punk a right-wing political protest born of rage against long-haired hippy-dippy rich kid posers. The Clash were pulled into the argument when the song White Riot got taken up as some kind of white power anthem. In the song, the Clash were identifying with the black rioters. Yet, some people took it as a celebration of whiteness.
Everyone thinks we're a fascist group, right? And we're supposed to be anti-fascist, right? And even the fucking National Front are going to turn out to support us, right?
So how do you define yourselves politically?
Anti-fascist.
Perhaps the most intriguing song on the Clash's first album is a 6-minute cover of Police and Thieves, a Junior Murvin reggae hit from the previous summer. The Clash cover isn't a slavish copy of Mervin's song. The band didn't do white reggae. It's a tribute, but in punky Clash style.
Police and thieves in the street. Oh yeah. Scaring the nation with their guns and
bassist Paul who championed reggae in the Clash. Growing up, he'd seen the importance that reggae music had to the young people who were listening to it.
It's giving like information to people. That's why I think a lot of kids picked up on reggae, because they were singing about things that they could actually understand, like problems and stuff like that.
Paul Simonon was always humming this tune, Poison Flower on the Hour, and it was about an actual thing that had happened in Jamaica where they'd sold bad flour and they made bread and it poisoned loads of people. And Simo used to bring that up as a pointer to the way that you could write about topical things that were happening. We got all that from reggae music, the way that they just toast over what had just happened. And that gave us the sort of direction to try and do that in our own world, in our own way. That Rasta punk crossover was like really crucial to the whole scene. It would have been piffle without that, really.
Now with the National Front on the rise, introducing white punks to black music and culture took on a special importance. The Clash actually went on television to debate the issue with Joan Lester, chair of the Labour Party.
Paul, do you see any changes coming in the future?
Yeah, I can see things getting much worse than they are. But I mean, like, basically, I don't sort of like trust any party.
What would you do about that? Because it's a worrying thing if it's true.
Well, I can't really see sort of like much of a solution, but I mean, like, what we're doing as a group, in fact, is like, like playing reggae on stage, like black music, which we like, and like, if people don't like it, I mean, like, they won't go to our concerts, but generally people do. It's just like, like provoking an interest,
So that you think this might have an effect?
Yeah,
and
sure,
so
but
that we
I mean,
don't need
like,
to be pessimistic then.
Yeah, but by putting something down, it always sort of like increases an interest in it, makes it stronger. And it makes it stronger.
But I wonder if it does, You see, I don't think they did so well in Ilford North when you consider all the fuss and bother.
They got almost exactly the same as the Liberal.
Paul's talking about a by-election held in East London in March 1978. The National Front had done extremely well.
The National Front is a fascist front. Smash the National Front!
There was genuine concern about the threat of a far-right takeover. The Clash were wary of being drawn into politics and aligning themselves with a political party or any group that represented authority. Joe's dictum was question everything. But like it or not, the music scene was a part of this national debate over racism, and battle lines were drawn. Back in the summer of 1976, rock star Eric Clapton had disgraced himself by wading into this debate on the side of racists. During a drunken anti-immigrant tirade on stage, he ranted at the crowd. "We should send them all back. Throw the wogs out." Then he chanted the National Front slogan, "Keep Britain White." The Clash saw it differently. Mick Jones told the punk fanzine, "I'm half Jewish, so I suppose the National Front will try to send half of me back to Lithuania." After Clapton's rant, two left-wing groups came together to start an annual anti-fascist music event called Rock Against Racism. In 1978, they put on an event which, Chris Salowich says, would be pivotal for the Clash.
Rock Against Racism was kind of a mythological moment for the Clash.
It would put punk and reggae groups on the same bill. It would start with a march through London towards an open-air concert. In the spring of 1978, those organizers approached Clash manager Bernard Rhodes.
And Bernie said, that don't sound very good. And the Clash said back to him, that sounds very good. We're writing for this, and that's to spread the word, Stop this invading Nazism that's coming through. And it was,
That's Clash road manager Johnny Green.
The Clash were bang on for it. So just said, yeah, we'll be there.
This Caribbean-style procession was by far the largest anti-fascist demonstration seen in London since the war. The march stretched for well over 5 miles and certainly surprised the organisers.
Rock Against Racism organizers had wondered whether anyone would bother with a 5-mile march to see some music. But no one had quite understood the pull of the Clash. Although the Clash had signed up just 2 weeks before the festival, word had gone around the streets of London. As one of the organizers put it, the Clash brought the youth.
All across the town, all across the night, go back to turn it on your face and keep living. Everybody sitting around watching television.
It was also the first time that the Clash realised how big they were. 80,000 people. It's like Wembley Stadium, isn't it? Remarkable.
The Clash played a storming set. Thousands of fans sang along to songs from their first album. They had become anthems for a generation.
It was life-changing, they say, for people who were out in that audience. I can say it was life-changing for people who were on that stage looking out at that. The band wanted to be seen there doing what they did best, to stand up and be counted. It really was a heartfelt moment, if you like, without sounding too soppy, really.
During the Clash set, Joe Strummer brought out the lead singer from Sham 69, Jimmy Percy. Jimmy Percy had recently experienced a breakdown and stopped performing shows because of the National Front supporters who kept hijacking their gigs.
That's a great thing again, wasn't it? You know, what the Clash did.
That's Suggs, the lead singer for Madness.
They brought people like me into the political frame, whether we liked it or not. You know, and you go away thinking, wow, I was there. Oh, now I know what it was all about. It's more complicated than just saying that's all wrong and I'm right. You know, you got to take people with you as well. Yeah, which of course what the Clash did. Yeah.
Billy Bragg, songwriter and political activist, was in the audience that day.
And I think it's fair to say that for my generation, Joe Strummer pointed to where the barricades were, and that was along racial lines.
Rock Against Racism was really them pinning their colours to the mast, saying this is what we're about, not that.
That's Don Letts again.
I mean, I think what's interesting about the Clash's part in the whole process of the possibilities of music was the fact that they recognised that it could do more than just entertain, that it could be a tool for social change. Joe understood how painfully slow the enlightenment of people is, and I think he realised that it was this process that you'd have to keep chipping away.
Bernard Rhodes didn't want the band to play. He eventually agreed to it, though he demanded the organizers let the Clash buy a tank for Zimbabwe. As far as we know, that never happened. Bernard's decisions are often difficult to understand, but it's possible he didn't like the idea of the festival because it was associated with the Labour Party and 1960s fuddy-duddies. It wasn't cool. But this is exactly what the Clash saw, and they knew what they could bring to it. Paul Simonon knew the movement was all about hippies, and said it could do with a dose of glamour. And so when the Clash took one of their most important stands, they did it without Bernard Rhodes.
Or how would you like to have it changed? I mean,
well, I like to have some mass insurgence, some mass revolt, some kind of realization, you know.
Worldwide, you're saying?
Yeah, and I'm hoping that, see, we're playing into the young people of the world. That's why our message is important. That's why the Clash is important.
Rock Against Racism helped the Clash realize the extent of their power. Now, they were developing a vision for the future. But where did Bernard fit into it?
You see, Mr. Mercy, they caught him with a gun. Sunday, flat, Mariah, goodbye to the Brixton Sun.
Next time on Stay Free, the story of the Clash. There are rising tensions between the band and those in charge, raising the question, could the band go it alone?
They did not want to be told how to run their affairs. They wanted to run their own affairs.
This is a Spotify original podcast, produced in partnership with BBC Studios. If you can't wait for more, head over to the Stay Free Companion playlist for the true lasting legacy of the Clash. The music, only on Spotify. I'm Chuck D. Peace. Last time on Stay Free, the story of the Clash.
It didn't sound like most other records at all.
I remember sticking a piece of paper on the desk that wrote, "Keep it raw."
Punk had a buzz, and the record companies wanted a piece of the action.
Your album's got in at number 12. That was the moment when you felt it.
The founding rule of rock and roll is that you're only as good as your drummer.
Tobbe came down, and it just smoked.
I'd left home in the morning, Nick Headon. I went home, Topper Headon, named after a monkey with ginger hair.
And Rock Against Racism was really them pinning their colours to the mast, saying, this is what we're about.
And the Clash said, that sounds very good. Stop this invading Nazism that's coming through.
I think it's fair to say that for my generation, Joe Strummer pointed to where the barricades were.
We're not just some shitty rock group trying to think their way through. We're trying to make some difference here.
It was also the first time that the Clash realised how big they were.
One night back in June 1977, Joe Strummer went to a show at the Hammersmith Palais, not to play with the Clash. In fact, they were banned from playing the Palais at the time. The promoters were worried the place would get smashed up. But that night, Joe was going to check out an evening of Jamaican music. It was a great lineup. There was, well, Joe will tell you.
That's right, exactly right. The lineup is he sings about.
That's Don Letts, who took Joe to the Hammersmith Palais that night.
Leroy Smart, Dillinger, Delroy Wilson, and they're all in the song. Midnight to 6, man, that's it, as per the poster,
Joe wrote a lyric about the night and then called over to Mick, who put music to it on an acoustic guitar. This song was different from anything the Clash had come up with before. Joe starts out singing about what he saw the night he went to the Palais with Don Letts. He'd gone expecting protest music, but he found flashy entertainment.
And he'd gone to see, I guess, this kind of roots reggae thing, corrugated iron, barbed wire, because that's what he understood it to be about. And when we got there, what he saw was something much more akin to sort of Tamla Motown, because the Dreads had their three-piece suit and ting, and, we've got glitter and coloured lights. Because what Joe didn't understand, that, the ghetto isn't something that you aspire to. There's a clue in the word, ghetto. Get out. You don't aspire to be living with barbed wire and shanty towns. You're looking for something a bit more, glamorous even. And I think he was thrown by that. And I think he realised his own confusion about the whole ghetto fabulous thing.
But that's just one aspect of the song.
I mean, within the song, a typical Joe, there's like, in any of his songs, there's probably 50 ideas,
Joe worked on the song on and off for almost a year. The Clash had made their name with the sloganeering of shout-along songs like White Riot in 1977. Instead, this was something much more subtle and complex. White Man in Hammersmith Palais has a distinctive reggae rhythm. It isn't really punk. It was a defining song for the Clash, but at the time, it wasn't what fans were expecting. There were rules to punk, and the Clash seemed to be ignoring them. As one reviewer would later put it, in just 12 months, the Clash had scaled up suddenly on all fronts, and it left fans disoriented. The question was, would Joe and the Clash be allowed to follow their nose out of the punk rock orthodoxy?
I want to be different. The Clash, we want to be different. That's the whole thing of the matter.
You're listening to Stay Free, the story of the Clash. I'm Chuck D. This is episode 4, Complete Control. Clash fans were an extremely dedicated bunch, hitchhiking to gigs across the country, and afterwards sleeping in train stations, bus shelters, and hotel lobbies. The loyalty was inspired by how the Clash treated their fans. Everyone was part of the gang.
After the show, we have people backstage. Anybody who wants to come backstage can come backstage, because I'm interested in identifying my audience as human beings. You begin to get an idea of who you're reaching.
Above all, the Clash pride themselves on putting on a professional show, giving the kids value for money.
They're great to the kids as well. They stood outside their hotel for about 10 minutes last night. It was freezing, and they signed autographs and everything. It was great.
But how long have you been waiting out here? Since it was 2 o'clock. Why have you waited all that time? To get their autographs or something. Just to see them. We've not got tickets either.
If you didn't have any money for a ticket, the Clash might get you in through the stage door or dressing room window.
And one of the first things that was ever said to me was, always make sure that the kids out the back door get in, Johnny.
That's Johnny Green, the road manager.
They can't afford to get into the gig. Just when we start playing, nip out, open the door up and let them into the gig, which I did religiously all the way through. It wasn't always as easy as that makes it sound, because there would be counterproductive forces like security people, so it was a cat and mouse game at times to get them in there, yeah.
Of course, this lost the Clash potential revenue, and it was typical of the band. The Clash on tour wasn't exactly what you call a well-oiled machine. It was almost as if they were trying to lose money. Other groups would help fund their tours by giving support slots to bands a record label wanted to promote. The Clash wouldn't do it. Instead, they took along bands they wanted to promote, like they'd done with the Slits on the White Riot tour.
We paid for their food, their hotels, everything, using our money sort of like positively.
This is Paul speaking about that decision. It wasn't about doing a favor for the Slits. It was about exposing their fans to good music. They put on edgy American bands like Suicide and Richard Hell and the Voidoids. Everything you heard would be handpicked by the Clash.
And that's what I think, like, if you're in a position to do that, you should do it, you know.
It was also just expensive to be the Clash. When fans ripped up seats, the Clash had to foot the bill. The aptly named Get Out of Control tour in the autumn of 1977 made a 10,000-pound loss, partly because of all the damage they'd caused along the way. By some counts, the White Riot tour lost roughly $400,000 in today's money, and it added up to almost half their CBS advance. But it was difficult to get the Clash to focus on any of this.
You couldn't have a business meeting with them, you know, where they would all float away and smoke another joint or something.
This is Peter Jenner. Jenner looked after iconic 60s and 70s bands, from the Pink Floyd to Ian Drury and the Blockheads. Eventually, Jenner would be brought on board to try to help the Clash sort out their dire finances. He wouldn't manage it, by the way.
They weren't making a lot of net money, except on record sales. And of course, that record sales, the money wasn't coming through because it had to go from somewhere to somewhere to somewhere to somewhere before it gets to the band. And the record company got that set up. So it took about 2 years for the money to work its way through the system.
And they were so boring. They're like...
That's Paul. He says Jenner was always trying to get them to have meetings. Meanwhile, Paul and the rest of the band were thinking of ways to sabotage those meetings. To amuse himself, Paul demanded Jenner provide him with a life-size bunny outfit to wear at meetings. Jenner called his bluff.
So eventually we're having a meeting, and there it was, this sort of limp sort of rabbit outfit. I said, right, you lot, I'll get you back on this. So I went out and I put it on, and I came in and I just started hitting everybody and swearing, and it completely disrupted the whole meeting anyway. Mick and Joe were just in hysterics. You know, always the one to liven things up.
But Jenner was trying to get something really important across to the Clash, which was that they were more committed to CBS than they realized.
There was a problem in their contract. Originally, I asked Joe, what's the deal? He said, oh, it's a 5-album deal. No, it was a 5-year deal. And a year in a record company, year in those days, and still probably now, is nothing to do with 12 months.
The Clash had to deliver twice as many albums as they first thought. This is what Jenner was trying to explain. The Clash might never be clear to renegotiate their contract. The Clash had missed all this.
So a year could be as much as 2 and 2.5 years. The money wasn't coming through because it had to go from somewhere to somewhere to somewhere to somewhere.
Every contract is fiendishly complicated. If it's past 2 pages, it's just what it is. Just like it's in another language from another planet. You know, you have to get a lawyer on your side to read it and interpret it from the lawyer that's on their side, who deals with a lot of lawyers. So the biggest mystery is, what lawyer do you deal with to go up against an army full of lawyers in the interest of a label that you want to land your creativity on? You're outmatched from minute one, especially back then.
We didn't realize that we'd signed a 10-album deal.
Right.
We thought it was a 5-album deal because, like, we're really stupid.
Being tied to CBS was beginning to lose its appeal. The problem started on May 13th, 1977. CBS released Remote Control, a song from their first album, as a single, without speaking to the Clash about it. The Clash didn't think the song was single-worthy. More than anything, they hated not being consulted.
Do you get angry with the record company?
Well, I have done. When they put records out you don't like, you know, of your own ones that you don't think should be the one, then you get angry with them, yeah, and there's all sorts of arguments. And when it seems like they're just going berserk, ripping people off, you know what I mean? The whole music business is really based on ripping people off, I think. You know, so we're sort of a counterbalance force there. And when they try it with our stuff, yeah, we do get angry.
They were so angry they wrote a song about it. It's called Complete Control, the story of CBS' decision to release their song Remote Control behind their backs. They said release Remote Control, but we didn't want it on the label. They said we'd be artistically free when we signed that bit of paper. They said let's make a lot of money and worry about it later. The Clash's main beef was the music CBS wasn't releasing. Even though their first album had been hailed as groundbreaking in the UK, CBS didn't think it would translate to the American ear. They considered it badly produced and too raw, so they made the decision not to release it in the US. Instead, American fans had to buy expensive imported copies. Sitting in Manhattan, there was one fan in particular who was outraged.
I just felt like, you know, if only people were exposed to this great record, it would change everything and there would be a sea change and people would get it.
Paul Daugherty first heard The Clash on a cassette of a live recording.
And I just thought it was so brilliant and so exciting. And I just found Jones and Strummer just so compelling and, you know, ants in your pants exciting. I don't know.
He and his brother became huge Clash fans, seeking out copies of UK music magazines to read about this obscure British band.
This phenomena was so small that everything that came over the transom, that came on your radar, was so precious, and there was so little of it that, you know, it was like a cargo cult. You know, you just took what little you got and just sort of, you know, rhapsodized about it.
When Paul heard that the first album by this band that he and his brother were obsessed with wasn't going to be released in the US, he thought the record label was crazy.
Like, this record is so great, how could you not put it out? But I just thought, you know, they're the gatekeepers standing between this thing I love and it exploding in America.
So Paul decided to do something about it. Using his best stationery, he typed out a letter to the record label. He wanted them to know how important the Clash were to fans.
Yeah, we were like, you know, disciples, evangelists.
Out of the blue, he received a personal reply, a letter from Epic's A&R man, Bruce Harris.
Dear Paul, now that you've explained how the net works, let me tell you a little about how the mummy crumbles. Unfortunately, A&R decisions are not based entirely on taste and musical preference.
Harris explains that he himself is a Clash fan. He liked punk. The Americans were calling it new wave. But Harris says his responsibility is to the record label and bringing them records he thinks will make a profit.
It is important to note that the Clash's album, for all its quality, which is evident in the overwhelming lyrics, the blistering music, and the feverish performance, is not at all matched by the level of production, which is an enormous drawback. I believe the Clash can make better sounding records than their first album, and those are the records we should choose to bring to the American marketplace.
He tells Paul that the Clash were getting ready to record their second album, and that this time, CBS is going to be very involved in its production. And then he signs off, in order for the new wave to become a permanent one, it has to get rolling right.
He wanted the debut to be with something more commercially produced.
Enter Sandy Pearlman, big-time U.S. producer and most well-known for his work with American rock band Blue Oyster Cult. In December 1977, CBS flew Sandy in from the States by Concorde.
2 hours and 57 minutes later, I was in London, and they picked me up, and the great experiment began.
That's Sandy Pearlman, being interviewed in 2013, 3 years before he died. The Clash album that Sandy Pearlman produced, Give 'Em Enough Rope, divides Clash fans to this day. To some, it's the Clash growing as musicians. Others think the album is overproduced and remote. And crucially, Sandy Pearlman had stripped out their pioneering rock reggae sound. Joe says the decision about Pearlman was made between CBS and their manager, Bernard Rhodes.
There was pressure from the label to get a producer that would translate. I think the label were worried that it was too crazy for the American market. So I think they gave Bernard Rhodes a short list of producers that they had on their books. Sandy Pearlman was one of them. And Bernie chose him, maybe because he liked Blue Oyster Cult or something.
Blue fucking Oyster Cult. It's hardly rock and roll, is it?
That's Robin Banks, Mick's old school friend.
It split the camp in half, really. I can't remember exactly how the allegiances fell now. I think Joe was against it, Mick was for it.
CBS had brought Pearlman over to the UK on a scouting mission. He was given the pick by their A&R man of who he wanted to produce next.
And he said, we're going to take you around the country and show you a bunch of bands. And if you're interested in producing any of them, groovy.
The label had several bands lined up for Pearlman to see.
Oh, God. I saw the Vibrators. Disgusting.
He saw the Tourists, Annie Lennox's first band.
She had blonde hair at the time and big pigtails. She looked like a German barmaid.
And then they traveled north to Manchester to see The Clash. Arriving at the venue, they saw Army fire trucks pulled up outside.
And they were there to hose down the crowd that had rioted and broken the glass doors. And then the police had come out and tear gassed the crowd. I immediately thought, whoa, okay. There's probably no need to continue this tour. Here it is.
We got on with him very well, apart from there was a hiccup in the beginning when he came to see us live, and he came round to the dressing room door while we were just tuning up, just before we went on. A friend of Mick Jones's was kind of guarding the door.
That friend was Robin Banks. He'd been told not to let anyone into the dressing room.
Suddenly the door burst open, and it's Sandy Pearlman. And he came waltzing by me as if he owned the fucking dressing room. So I thought, well, let's see it, wallop. So I just immediately punched him in the face, knocked him out.
Pearlman brushed the incident off. It turned out he was a difficult guy to phase.
He was very laid back in the most American manner that I found difficult to take, really.
That's road manager Johnny Green.
He was so pleasant. I wasn't used to people being pleasant. He was charming, and the sun shone out of his perfect teeth. And yet it all seemed matter of fact. There seemed to be a coherent program of making records with Sandy Pearlman.
They started off at a recording studio chosen by Pearlman called Utopia. And in the studio, the band did everything they could do to disrupt this coherent program. It's like they were testing Pearlman.
So I think on the second night, I came out of the control room for some reason. I noticed that all of the potted plants in the studio had been dumped on the ground of this big common room, and the plants had been artfully placed around the room.
While Pearlman had been in the soundproof studio, Paul and Topper had used the soil from pot plants to create an indoor motorcycle track.
They were riding these trail bikes around the course that they had created.
True to form, Pearlman was unruffled.
And I said to Mick and Joe, anything we're going to do here, I think we need to finish by about 3 o'clock in the morning because I don't think we will ever be let back in this place.
The next day, they moved into Basing Street Studios, where Pearlman finally managed to herd the band into the recording booth.
I thought the band was essentially faultless.
Pearlman was knocked out by Topper's drumming skills.
In the case of Topper, we had one of the greatest drummers ever to be dropped upon the face of the earth.
It was brilliant with Sandy Pearlman. I just seemed to excel on that particular album, you know. Sandy Pearlman called me the human drum machine because I didn't make any mistakes.
I called him the human drum machine, but that was unfair to him. He was beyond any conceivable, even 21st century evolution of the concept of a drum machine or a virtual drum machine. He was awesome.
Pearlman loved Topper's drumming so much that on the track Tommy Gun, he wanted to double it. In order to create a really unique sound, on the second take, he wanted Topper to play it backwards.
So we turned the tape over, played him the tape backwards, and he played the snare drum to the backwards tape, which gave, if you're familiar with the song, if you remember it, it has this fantastic sucking, crunching sound at the leading and trailing edge of each snare strike. These days you would do it digitally. I'm sorry, even I would do it digitally because I've never found anybody else who can do it. But I had a guy who could do it, and so he did it.
Perlman pushed all four of them to try new and exciting ways of playing their instrument. Perlman helped Mick experiment with his guitar.
Mick was very interested in obtaining heroic guitar parts, and so he was up for almost any guitar-oriented enterprise.
It was on this album that Mick contributed what some say is the most moving song ever written about childhood friendship, Stay Free. But ironically, Stay Free is about the man whose right hook almost derailed the entire project. Mick's old school friend, Robin Banks.
Never took no shit from no one. We weren't fools. A teacher says we're dumb.
No, there's a great story about that. Mick came round this one evening with a guitar with him. He came in my room and he said, "Look, I've written this song about you." And I said, "Oh." He sat down on the bed, pulled out the acoustic and played the song. And I didn't know, I couldn't believe it. You know, I was stunned.
Robin Banks wasn't the name Robin was born with. It was a nickname. Although he's never actually robbed a bank, Robin did do 3 years for armed robbery as a young offender. It was during this time that Mick shut himself away in his bedroom and taught himself guitar. Now Mick was sitting on Robin's bed, singing him a song about their lives.
Because it was quite embarrassing, you know, it was an intense moment. There was a free song. I don't know what I think about it. I'm very mixed feelings. It's a marvelous tribute and very kind gesture. I mean, I've come across people with Stay Free tattooed on the inside of their lip. You know, more than one. Become sort of a catchphrase, isn't it? Stay Free. I mean, a lot of people love that song. I just wish I was one of them.
Perlman's search for the perfect sound created a completely different studio experience to what the Clash were used to.
The production is like, I mean, there's no comparison. Like Sandy Perlman, the best you can get. And the first album, we went in, it was just us. None of us had been in a studio before. And we produced that one ourselves. And like, we had no idea how to get a drum sound. This time, I mean, this guy's going, yeah, we'll have overhead room mics and we'll crush it and put a limiter on it and a graphic equalizer, you know, because we never heard of all this stuff.
Unlike on their first album, where the Clash almost always used the first take, Perlman insisted on take after take after take. Once again, Paul was bored. He described all this as the most boring situation ever. To him, all the nitpicking took any spontaneity out of the process, and all of them were outraged when they saw how Sandy was going to start chopping things up and splicing the best bits together.
And at first, they were like, whoa, no editing. You know, when I or Koki Stasiak grabbed a razor blade to cut the tape, it was like, whoa, you can't do that, it's dishonest or something like that. Artist integrity issue immediately. You know, we were making a record. That's the way records are made. I have no artistic integrity. I'm just there to get a result.
Give 'Em Enough Rope took months. To do more work on the guitars and vocals, CBS flew Sandy, Mick, and Joe out to the West Coast. Paul and Topper stayed behind. And pointedly, so did Bernard Rhodes.
And Bernard Rhodes did not come to visit us in San Francisco, so things moved along much more quickly.
Perlman says the U.S. move was at least in part to do with getting away from Bernard, who had been trying to meddle in the production. Bernard was used to having a hand in all Clash business. After all, Bernard had formed the Clash. He felt that they were his band. But now back at Clash headquarters in Camden, it was only a deafening silence.
He was kind of pitting the band against each other.
That's Caroline Coon. the writer for Melody Maker who had been following the band and the punk movement since its very beginnings.
You know, Joe would be very upset with something that Bernie had told him Mick had said, and Paul would be very upset about something that Bernie had told him that Joe had said. So the interrelationship within the band was becoming very fractious.
No, I used to consider Bernie as a pain in the ass.
That's Topper, the drummer.
He always just seemed to be stirring up. He always wanted trouble.
You're mentioning the problems within the group.
Just the usual problems, you know, like if you just get four normal human beings and subject them to immense amount of pressure, they're bound to start blaming each other when they snap, you know what I mean?
The pressure intensified would Give 'Em Enough Rope hit the stores on November 10th, 1978. Critics focused on Perlman's lavish production values.
All the rough edges had been taken out, obviously, and the production techniques were starting to be put back in. That may be a necessary progression, but it wasn't the punk way.
Simon Humphrey, the engineer on the first album, remembers his impression when he heard the Perlman-produced second album.
It was almost as if the record company hadn't understood anything about punk. They just wanted to turn the Clash back into a American-sounding rock band. That wasn't the band. They weren't American. They were British. They should sound British, you know. And it made me feel a lot better to know that the first album, even for all its flaws, was generally considered to be a much better statement and representation of the band than the second album ever was.
I admit that we didn't know what we were doing during the second album, but we certainly weren't trying to play American. We got accused of playing American radio-friendly rock.
Joe says that while the Clash had set out to produce an American sound, they had been intentionally trying something new.
That's why we lost a lot of our early fans, because the second album, you could almost call it just rock.
I like a lot of it, actually. I like it more now than I did maybe in the years following it.
There was a point where punk was like going narrower and narrower, you know, painting themselves into a corner. And we thought we could just do any kind of music.
British music critics turned up their noses at the album's American-style polish. There was talk that Perlman had purposely lowered Joe's vocals in the mix to make the album more palatable for a U.S. market. In their review, the NME described the Clash as a dying myth. Another critic, John Savage, declared, "Thus do they squander their greatness." Sandy Perlman believed that the album was unfairly criticized.
Paul Simonon does not seem to like the record, and he has said somewhere that I ruined the Clash. Although it is strange that all the records afterwards sound a lot more like, not as good, but a lot more like Give 'Em Enough Rope than the record that preceded him.
Sandy says that years later, he ran into Tom Morello of Rage Against the Machine at a rock convention.
He said, I just wanted to tell you that the first side of Give 'Em Enough Rope is the most perfect side of rock and roll I had ever heard in my life, and it had an immense influence on me. What more can I say? Really, I couldn't write a better, evaluation of it.
The album reached number 2 in the UK charts, but the Clash were beginning to get a taste of what it was to have your intentions tested by the UK media.
You feel that you are part of the rock establishment now?
I don't know. Maybe I let it get to me. I just feel everyone's got it in for us.
The Clash were accused of turning commercial and becoming too distant from their original fans. And that really stung. As 1978 drew to a close, the Clash was so all over the place. They were seriously considering breaking up.
I couldn't bear this to happen.
Here's Melody Maker writer Caroline Coon.
They were brilliant musicians. There was absolutely no need for the band to break up. So I said, look, don't break up, change your manager.
On the eve of the record release, the Clash did exactly that. They fired Bernard Rhodes as their manager. Sacking Bernard was a big decision, and it's difficult to be sure exactly what lay behind it. Bernard sees a conspiracy. He once shared a theory with a journalist that the record label engineered his split with the Clash because they were scared of his edgy political ideas.
They were bribed to get rid of me because I was too dangerous.
Whatever else was at play, the decision was at least partly to do with Bernard's controlling style of management. Mick put it this way: Bernie was always 100% working for the group, but he wouldn't share with us. Mick said had Bernard let him in on what was happening, there wouldn't have been nearly so much friction. But it seems at the very heart of it, The Clash were tired of being told what to do by anybody.
The point was that they did not want to be told how to run their affairs.
That's Clash road manager Johnny Green.
They wanted to run their own affairs. And as naive as that might sound, that's what they wanted. They didn't want people, now you're going to do this, now you've got to do this, in the conventional way of being pushed and shoved around. And that, as far as I could tell you, is as good a reason as any as why Bernie Rhodes stopped being their manager. Because they didn't want that. They didn't want an authoritarian figure directing them, albeit in a radical way. They just didn't want it.
Which is where the band's old friend and early champion, Caroline Coon, stepped in.
And, they came to me and said, yes, okay, do it. And so my role as the manager really was to keep them together.
Caroline had no experience, but she offered to help manage the band while they found their feet. She was manager only a few months, but it was a crucial few months because it was on Caroline's watch that the Clash did their first U.S. tour. She decided that what the Clash urgently needed was to get out of the UK.
When I became the manager of the Clash, the first thing I had to do was fly to America. Being big in America is absolutely the ultimate prize of any rock and roll group. It's just such a challenge and just such a romantic story, really.
Caroline organized a short tour of America and paid for part of it out of her own pocket. It was just 8 dates. The band's memories of the trip are just impressions of this strange new land. A land that Mick says he'd been dreaming of his whole life.
I remember it was snowing. I always remember you touched anything and you got an electric shock, because everything was so static. I was like, wow, this is like an incredible country where everything's electric. And watching it's like a big movie.
Well, it's a land of plenty compared to an English sandwich. An American sandwich is a lot fatter.
In England, we travel in a motor, the 4 members and me. In America, which seems like the height of luxury, we had a tour bus. We'd never had a tour bus. It was pretty crummy, really, but we didn't think so. We thought it was wonderful. It was called Arpeggio. They had a VHS machine on the bus. I watched Star Wars on it.
The Clash took inspiration from everywhere. In San Francisco, Mick and Joe had heard the Bobby Fuller version of the Sonny Curtis classic I Fought the Law on the Jukebox. They worked up their own version.
It was just a huge adventure. The Clash had only seen America in movies or on TV screens. And suddenly they were there in America, wearing Stetsons, dressing up as cowboys, wearing the cowboy boots, wearing the spurs. Just the adventure, the bigness.
The Clash were back to doing what they did best. Without pressure of expectation, they had a straightforward mission. Put on a great show and conquer, one venue at a time.
It was just night after night of magnificence. There was your band on the stage, performing superbly, and then you would go backstage, make sure that it was all okay, because when the Clash got off stage, they had worked so hard on stage, they were dripping wet, soaking wet, and they would get into the dressing room not able to speak, having to lie flat out on the floor. And I have to make sure that they had clean shirts so that they wouldn't get flu, so that they would be healthy enough to do the next gig. So it was an absolutely magnificent time.
The tour highlight was the night the Clash played the New York Palladium in Midtown Manhattan. The Palladium was a major New York venue with a capacity of 3,000. Caroline managed to swing it, despite the fact that the Clash had no name in the U.S. Remember, the record label had refused to bring out the first album, assuming Americans wouldn't care. But CBS had underestimated the Clash and their fans. Imported copies of the first album sold better than any import record in history, despite the high markup. And those buyers all translated to highly committed fans, ready to come out to see the Clash live. Fans like Paul Daugherty, the guy who wrote to CBS to make a case for his favorite band.
And it's got to be top 3 or top 5 shows I've ever seen in my life. It was just, I think by then I had seen other New York bands like Television and Blondie play the same venue, which is like a large theater. And even though I love those bands, and ditto maybe Patti Smith, they didn't own a big space like that. They were not big enough to blow people away in that size of venue. And I think everyone who was at that show would agree, Clash just blew everyone away. They were just incredibly powerful.
A couple of shows later, the band were back in London. They had been rejuvenated by their taste of America. They had no manager, no producer, no money, but they had a plan for their new album, and it would be their masterpiece. Next time on Stay Free, the story of The Clash, we hear how one of the greatest albums of all time was made, and at what cost. This is a Spotify original podcast, produced in partnership with BBC Studios. If you can't wait for more, head over to the Stay Free Companion playlist for the true lasting legacy of The Clash, the music, only on Spotify. The interview with Sandy Pearlman in this episode was originally recorded for a Google Play documentary about The Clash entitled Audio Ammunition. I'm Chuck D. Peace. Last time on Stay Free, the story of The Clash.
The interrelationship within the band was becoming very fractious.
There was a problem in their contract.
We didn't realise that we'd signed a 10-album deal. We thought it was a 5-album deal because we're really stupid.
They were brilliant musicians. There was absolutely no need for the band to break up.
They fired Bernard Rhodes.
When I became the manager of The Clash, the first thing I had to do was fly to America.
Well, it's the land of plenty.
There were rules to punk, and The Clash seemed to be ignoring them.
There was a point where punk was like painting themselves into a corner. And we thought we could just do any kind of music.
A few days before Christmas 1979, Berkeley, California, an 18-year-old college student walked into his day job at Tower Records. This student's name was Bill Wyman.
Hi, I'm Bill Wyman.
Not Rolling Stones Bill Wyman, rock critic Bill Wyman.
I've written about music my whole life. I go into Tower Records, and there, stacked on the floor, because Tower Records had so many records, they had to put them on stacks on the floor, is this record called London Calling by The Clash that was extraordinarily striking on all sorts of levels.
This is the British Broadcasting Corporation.
Joe Strummer was a romantic when it came to the radio, and that's something we got in common. Radio is a powerful tool. This device you have in your hands could turn you on to surprising new things, explaining new sounds and ideas and putting them in a context. Joe never went anywhere without a radio. His dad was in the diplomatic service, and as a family, they lived all over the world. But wherever they went, Joe tuned into the BBC World Service.
This is London Calling in the European service of the British Broadcasting Corporation.
This is London Calling. The World Service old opening message resonated with The Clash. They were a UK punk band that now wanted the world's attention. They used the name for the title of their third album and its opening track. It was a call to arms, delivered from the banks of the River Thames.
London calling to the faraway town. Now war is declared and battle come down. London calling to the underworld. Come out of the cupboard, your boys and girls.
Back at the Tower Records at Berkeley, Bill Wyman was scouring this album cover. He had so many questions.
And I have the record here in my hand. It's the same one, I promise you. But there's a big sticker at the top, and it says, The Clash! Specially priced 2-record set. And then it says 18 new songs from the only band that matters.
Let's get this! London calling, yes, I was there too. You know what they said, but some of it was true. London calling, look out for the dial. And after all this, won't you give me a smile? London calling, London calling.
You're listening to Stay Free, the story of The Clash. I'm Chuck D, and this is episode 5. Do it yourself.
After Give 'Em Enough rope, and we'd been to America and we got off great there, we came back to London and we were at our lowest ebb, really.
Back in early 1979, things weren't looking great for The Clash. They were unhappy with their last record, and they blamed a lot of that on interference from CBS.
The situation with the record company was there was no relationship.
Critics were beginning to write them off. The Clash was starting to run out of friends.
We find ourselves as like 4 plus a few against the world sort of thing, more so every day.
And most importantly, they fired the man who dreamed up The Clash in the first place, Bernard Rhodes.
Bernie got sacked. All of a sudden we were on our own, as if like Daddy had gone away.
With or without Bernard, The Clash had become a juggernaut that couldn't be stopped. With each tour, they piled up debts, and they didn't see any money from album releases for up to 18 months. They had to deliver albums in order to keep the show on the road.
Oh, we could be out of trouble this time next year.
Providing you keep making records?
Sure. Provided the show goes on.
If it stops, it stops. But at the moment, we don't feel like it should stop.
We'd all have to take a minicab to the bankruptcy court if we knocked on my head now anyway, probably.
So it's time to make another record. But The Clash had lost all of their infrastructure. They would have to call on the spirit of punk. Punk isn't just a style of music. It's a way of approaching things in general, turning your limitations into assets. Punk is about doing things for yourself. The first thing the band had to deal with was where were they going to rehearse. Bernard owned the lease on their old space, Rehearsals.
In the meantime, the guys got sacked, so what are you going to do?
Clash roadie Johnny Green used to live in Rehearsals. He slept on a mattress on the floor.
And furthermore, where am I going to sleep? And they just said, find us somewhere, Johnny.
The story of making London Calling is all about people trying things they've never done before, starting with Johnny Green. Now, Johnny's an interesting guy. He has a degree in Arabic studies. He's an authority on the Tour de France. But one thing Johnny didn't know too much about back then was real estate.
And so I started asking around.
Johnny came across an ad for a rehearsal space at 36 Causton Street in Pimlico and went to see it. At first, Johnny thought he had the wrong place.
I walked down a ramp and it was a garage and all these big cars. And in the back area, there was spraying going on. Now, I know when you spray nice cars, something odd's going on. And you don't ask questions. And the guy was sitting in a little office, had like a very nice camel coat and nice jewelry. But he was real friendly.
The owners called this rehearsal space Vanilla Studios. Johnny Green hustled some cash out of the Clash's accountant for a deposit and showed the space to the band.
They liked the fact that it was anonymous.
Johnny helped make the place feel like home. He bought a cheap electric kettle, some mugs, and rolled a steady supply of spliffs. The Clash wanted a place as far away from the music scene as possible, where they knew no one, somewhere to hunker down and work in seclusion.
The rehearsing for London Calling, pretty much it was just us in this room, and we'd just go there religiously day after day and work there for 5 or 6 hours. And there were no windows in this room. It was like just a room, and we just worked and did our stuff,
The Clash wanted to record their rehearsals, but they didn't want to bring anyone else in to do it. So they tasked Johnny with finding some equipment. He sourced a 4-track recorder and a Porter studio to create their own cassette tapes. Johnny's fellow roadie, the Baker, read up on how to use the equipment.
But a TIAC and Porter studio. So it became a hand-spun, do-it-yourself punk rock recording studio from scratch.
Those recordings became known as the Vanilla Tapes. That's what you're listening to now. Tucked away from the world in vanilla, they started experimenting with different playing styles. They played the music that they liked. Covers of Bo Diddley and cult 50s rocker Vince Taylor. They played R&B, rockabilly, and reggae. They knew some critics wanted them to produce a faithful replica of their first album. The Clash had taken to calling those critics the Punk Police.
I don't really care what those people say. I haven't got any kind of, it must be this kind of music or it must be that kind, you know. And the same with the rest of us. We do listen to a wide variety of music, and obviously we play that.
We wanted to do that thing where you can just like do anything. We thought we could just do any kind of music.
The musical experimentation was made possible in large part by the presence of the Clash drummer, Topper Heaton. Though Topper made significant contributions to give him enough rope, he saw himself as just a gun for hire, coming into the studio to lay down his drum tracks. But now, he was in on the creative process from the beginning, and he became the Clash's secret weapon. He had the experience to play bossa nova, swing, jazz. Johnny Green sourced the percussion set for Vanilla, a box of strange contraptions for Topper's use.
I'd go into the box and I'd think, wow, what's that? I haven't played one of those before. That was one of the great things about the band. I had the freedom to play loads of percussion. You know, on London Calling, they all just gave me free rein to do what I wanted on percussion.
Vanilla had just the right atmosphere to end Mick and Joe's writer's block. They had recently released an EP featuring a cover song and 3 other numbers that had all been written months earlier. They didn't have any new material in reserve, but now the music poured out of them.
We worked up a bunch of songs. We used to work up a batch. By that time, we wouldn't just do the one. We worked up a batch at a time.
While Mick was coming up with tunes, Joe brought a typewriter to Vanilla. Mick said that Joe would sit there drumming up lyrics like an old-school newspaperman banging out news copy.
A lot of the time we would just do it like tailoring, you know what I mean? It was like hacking, we called it, and we like hacking. We need something here, and then we just shove it in, you know? It was very natural, and it was like very often with the music as it progressed, the lyrics suggested the tunes.
There was a supermarket near where Joe was living. He stood in the aisles one night and imagined a lyric about a kid growing up, alienated in a London tower block, listening to his parents fight on the floor above, with only the pipes in the walls for company.
I'm all lost in the supermarket. I can no longer shop happily. I came in here for the special offer, a guaranteed personality. I wasn't born so much as I fell out. Nobody seemed to notice me.
I always thought of supermarket was like how Joe saw my life as a kid in flats and stuff. It touched me on a personal level.
On the ceiling, scream and fight most scarily. Hearing that noise was my first ever feeling.
Outside Vanilla, the political world was changing. At the end of a turbulent decade, a right-wing firebrand was coming to power in the UK, Margaret Thatcher. The Clash captured the mood of opposition. At Vanilla, they laid down a demo. It was a song called Clampdown. Joe has said the song was partly inspired by a nuisance parking inspector, but it's about the dangers of signing up to an oppressive system. Taking off his turban, they said, "Is this man a Jew?" Because they're working for the clampdown. They put up a poster saying, "We earn more than you. When we're working for the clampdown, we will teach our twisted speech to the young believers. We will train our blue-eyed men to be young believers." Over the years, Clampdown has been widely adopted as an anti-authoritarian anthem, covered by Rage Against the Machine, The National, Spoon, and Bruce Springsteen.
I just ride them, you know. My face is buried deep in the mud, you know. I can't see the trees or the wood or the valley or the hills. You can only follow what's on your mind. In fact, a song is something you write because you can't sleep unless you write it.
The Clash had begun as 4 individuals tightly managed by Bernard Rhodes. Paul remembers the London Calling rehearsal sessions as the first time that everyone in the band felt free to put ideas forward. Only a year earlier, Paul had explained to a reporter that he didn't feel it was his place to contribute.
You don't write any of the songs, right? I do write, but it's very difficult because I get really put off in the way that I'm always being told that I have to learn my bass. It's not my job to write songs. But also when I look at the lyrics, what Mick and Joe are doing, it's sort of, I just think, fucking hell, that's really good. I couldn't do anything better than that. Yeah, maybe I could, but I'll just keep doing what I'm doing at the moment and just sort of writing, and maybe I might come out with something.
For me to bring a song in for the first time was actually really great. I showed Joe the lyrics and he said, "Oh, this is really great. Yeah, let's do this."
The police were harassing black men on the street. The discontent Paul depicted in the lyrics would eventually spill over into riots.
What inspired me was really, firstly, I suppose, seeing the film The Harder They Come. That was always an old favourite of mine. And there was also a situation where, in England, there was a thing called sus, in which the police could sort of just pick up anybody and sort of interrogate them.
So-called sus laws gave British police free rein to search and arrest. The result was widespread racial profiling.
So it was police paranoia crossed with the film Harder They Come.
You're hearing the early version they taped at Vanilla. And on this version, these lyrics Paul's talking about never actually come in because they were having trouble convincing Paul to step up to the microphone. So for now, it was simply known as Paul's tune. The Clash would never hit on a better routine than the one they had at Vanilla. They took to playing football each day before practice on a concrete pitch across the road from the rehearsal space.
We'd sort of play football till we dropped. It was a good limbering up thing.
And you're with your mates. People call it bonding now, don't they? But it's just like being in a gang with your mates.
We were pretty tight as friends, you know. We were really close at that point.
For a while, it was perfect. Eventually, CBS wanted to check in on their investment. So they paid a visit to the Clash hideout. The Clash took them straight out to the football pitch.
When anybody who came to visit us, like the record execs and that, we dragged them out.
They were like kicked in the shins, they were pushed over, and that was quite fun.
After the Clash had roughed up the executives on the football pitch, Joe gave them the good news. They had 16 songs laid down on tape using their punk rock recording studio. And Joe told the execs the album was good to go. They wanted to release their homemade tapes. According to Johnny Green, Joe was being at least half serious.
Joe loved the idea. He thought it was absolutely wonderful. And whatever deficiencies there might have been in the quality of those tapes, he just thought the essence that came over on them that's what he wanted. I mean, he didn't wash.
Joe must have known that CBS wouldn't seriously consider it. But maybe he was bargaining. If CBS wouldn't let them put out their homemade album, they might at least let the Clash choose the producer for their record. After Sandy Pearlman, the Clash wanted their own man, someone more offbeat.
You know, CBS were horrified because you could not have picked a more shocking producer.
That's Chris Neves, a friend of the band and former editor of the music magazine Zigzag. The producer he's talking about is someone the Clash had worked with before.
Guy Stevens.
Guy Stevens was a legendary 1960s rock and roll figure in London. He had run an influential R&B record label and was producer for musicians like Alex Harvey and Mott the Hoople. He was also known for having one of the best record collections in London. But he was a bit of a loose cannon.
When they asked us who did we want to produce, we picked Guy Stevens, who was like a very rebel guy who nobody wanted to work with anymore.
Guy produced one of my favorite all-time records, A Whiter Shade of Pale by Procol Harum. He had the final mix sent to him in prison in Wormwood Scrubs, where he was doing time for a drug charge. Since then, his chronic drinking had put him on the outside of the record industry.
By the time of London Calling, he was in exile from the business, but we were keen to work with him.
Guy Stevens died in 1981 from an alcohol-related overdose. Producing the Clash would be his final act. The role Guy came to play in creating London Calling is so shrouded in myth that how the relationship even took shape remains a little mysterious. We know Guy was interested, but he was going to have to hear what the band had come up with so far. And he didn't own a cassette player. So Johnny Green would deliver a boombox with the practice tape from Vanilla. The Clash had kept their new sound under wraps. Johnny knew this was valued cargo.
We're giving you this special job. Make sure, take care, my son, to carry this wondrous object to its next destination.
So he came up with a cunning plan. He would write a decoy name on the tape label, choosing the Irish crooner Val Doonican, known for his easy listening numbers like Heaven Is My Woman's Love and novelty songs like Paddy McGinty's Goat.
How opposite can you get to the Clash?
Someone might keep the boombox, but they chuck the cassette tape.
Who the hell wants to listen to a Val Doonican tape? I've never met anyone.
But then that evening, Johnny Green had a few beers before setting off into the night. Neither boombox nor tape were ever seen again. The accounts of what happened that night vary within Clash circles.
Oh, he got rubbed out on the tube or something. They got way too close to the magnetic.
Mixed theory is that Johnny wandered past a rogue magnetic field and erased the tape. Others picture a more cinematic scene.
I think Johnny Green leaves it on the platform, like Pimlico Station.
Cosmo Vinyl was hired that year as the Clash rabble-rousing PR man.
And then gets on the tube, and the door's shut, and he pulls away, and he's like, oh, Christ. And he gets off, it comes back, and it's gone.
Cosmo, God bless him, is working on hearsay there.
Yeah.
Why not?
Johnny says the way it really happened was slightly less romantic.
I got pissed and left it on the tube.
Johnny fessed up. He remembers someone in the band calling him a wanker, and they cranked out another copy to get to Guy Stevens. When Guy finally heard the tapes, he could hear the musical sophistication the Clash was striving for. What Guy managed to achieve on London Calling was to draw out that sophistication and variety without dulling the Clash's punk energy.
I'm lost in the supermarket. I can no longer shop happily. I came in here for the special offer, a guaranteed personality.
Here's Topper.
Although it's like written, rehearsed and recorded and everything, it's still got that sort of unrehearsed side of things, which is Guy, you know.
I'm all lost in the supermarket. I can no longer shop happily. I came in here for the special offer, guaranteed personality.
How did he do it? Well, he had a strategy. In order to transfer on the record the punkness of the Clash, he decided to behave like a fan at a gig. The recording sessions were scheduled for the month of August 1979 at Wessex Studios in North London. Day one, Guy set out his stall.
And he walks in, clink, clink of bottles, full bottles to my musical ear. He put them down on the floor, went to look at the desk, and I went, oh, look, ooh, tequila. And as I pulled it out, I'd never seen a man move so fast. He swiveled on his heel, went for my neck. I averted and rolled out of the way. He grabbed a bottle off me and said, don't ever touch that bag again. Now I thought, yeah, that's very impressive. I like that.
As well as plenty of booze, another thing any decent punk gig called for was a good punch-up. Day two. Guy was on the case again.
We looked over in the control booth, and there's two grown men wrestling over the mixing desk.
It was Guy Stevens, and he had the recording engineer Bill Price in a headlock.
And there's this record that's been held up, and they're fighting over this record. And we came in to find out what the problem was. And Guy was trying to put on this Manchester United against Arsenal live record. He liked to get a mood going in the recording studio.
With the fight over, Guy moved on to his trademark party trick, throwing chairs. Some of this actually got recorded on a home movie. In the footage, you can see Guy wielding a plastic chair over his head and slamming it repeatedly on the studio floor.
The plastic chairs that I'm talking about are things that you go like this with. You know, when you think about your mother.
He'd even do all this while the band were playing music.
Occasionally, Guy Stevens threw chairs around and whirled them around his head while he was trying to encourage us to play a take. So sometimes when you were tracking, you had to be ready to duck as a chair came whirling past your head. And he'd throw step ladders around, and sometimes he got a little out of hand, but it was always kind of encouraging.
He used to believe his job was to get the maximum amount of emotion on a record.
That's recording engineer Bill Price.
His chosen technique for doing this was by a process of sort of direct psychic injection.
Joe says Guy Stevens was the ultimate cure for musical constipation. He was also a voice coach.
But by the way, tomorrow, executive decision made with clinical precision, Napier, blah, 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 on a critical decision.
In another clip from the Wessex Studios home movie, you can see Guy coaching Joe, coaxing him into moving away from the shouty punk rock singing method that disguised his words on earlier records.
I don't want to hear you going, write that down. Properly, just come up on the vocal properly. Now I'm producing, right? Right, let's produce. Let's produce.
Unlike Sandy Pearlman, who put Joe's vocals down in the mix, Guy had great confidence in Joe's voice and his command of lyrics. Which brings us to the title track of London Calling. It's maybe the best-known song The Clash ever produced. The story of London Calling begins back in Vanilla Studios. Topper remembers one afternoon Mick came into Vanilla with a chord progression he was especially excited about. It was perfect for Joe's metronomic rhythm guitar. Mick says the first idea for the song came from a newspaper story about how the River Thames was due to flood. The article featured a map.
And it said, if the Thames barrier broke, all of this part of London would be, all the central London would be underwater.
Joe spent months refining the lyrics to London Calling. At Wessex Studios, he write long into the evening in a quiet spot, under the piano or tucked in between flight cases with an Anglepoise lamp and some notepaper. He made draft after draft.
I had the tune going in my head, and the first set of lyrics I put to it, they were off the beam, and I played it to Mick, and he said he loved the song. And then he tapped the lyric sheet with his finger, and he went, rewrite that. And I understood what he meant, that the song had become more than what I had first considered it as. And like, he told me to write the message that we were going to call out around the world.
Decades later, a noted American critic singled out Joe's performance on London Calling. That critic is Bill Wyman, the guy we heard from at the beginning of the episode, who used to work at Tower Records. Bill wrote about how much Joe seemed to have developed on this song. Strummer's voice, while still unmistakably him, and uncompromisingly so, is now multi-dimensional. He's not a punk ranting anymore, but an adult, a mischievous and canny one, speaking for a generation, even a world, and comfortable in the role. Guy Stevens was many things, but he wasn't a musician. He could mime a Chuck Berry lick on air guitar and plead with Joe to play the piano more like Jerry Lee Lewis. But he probably couldn't tell you if you were out of tune. So now that the basic tracks were down, Guy had outlived his usefulness. When it came down to the finer points of producing, Guy could even be a hazard, become impatient with any tinkering. So the slow but necessary work of overdubbing and so on had to be done when he wasn't looking. Luckily, Johnny Green struck up a friendship with Guy. They were drinking buddies.
And Guy's somehow got to be stopped from being a bloody nuisance. And so I would take him, fancy a drink, Guy? Yes, why not? not much going on here, is there? No, it doesn't seem to be, Guy. Let's go to the boozer up the road, and he'd regale me with his stories.
Guy was back in the pub where the Clash had found him, and Mick took up place in the producer's chair, next to the recording engineer, Bill Price. On the last album, while others in the Clash had been pulling pranks, like riding dirt bikes around the studio, Mick was watching Sandy Pearlman like a hawk, picking up production tips. Now at Wessex Studios, Mick worked with Bill Price to fine-tune the album's sound. He did meticulous overdubs, and he carried out musical experiments. He used the Wessex Studios bathroom as a make-do echo chamber to record Topper banging on the pipes. He made recordings of the Velcro separating on seats in the studio that could be heard in the intro to Guns of Brixton. That's Paul's tune. They finally convinced him to sing it.
When they kick out your front door, how you gonna go? With your hands on your head, on the trigger of your gun. When the law breaks in.
The attention to detail on London Calling is part of what has made it such an object of obsession for fans. The care continued to the presentation, which brings us back to that Tower Records in Berkeley, California. A lot of people say that the cover of London Calling is the best album cover in the history of rock and roll.
So it's a photo of Paul Simonon.
Bill Wyman.
And he's got his bass in the air and he's about to smash it onto the stage.
The iconography of the cover has been analyzed endlessly. The lettering references Elvis Presley's debut album. The photograph of Paul calls up the classic rock and roll attitude of Who guitarist Pete Townsend.
We were playing the Palladium in New York, and so it was quite a lot of tension there. And I remember doing the show, and we were sort of nearing the end, and I don't know, I didn't feel satisfied. I think it's because the audience was sitting down, and we always stress wherever we played that the audience have to be able to stand up and be right close front, but because they weren't, it just made the feeling really empty. So just out of frustration, I just pulled the bass off and just bashed it around because I was frustrated with the whole show.
Photographer Penny Smith captured the moment before the bass hit the stage. It's a blurry shot. Penny was trying to move out of the way at the time. It was Joe who insisted it should be the cover. He once said the sound of Paul's bass hitting the floor was probably the best sound the Clash ever made.
But you have to remember that back then, bass players were not allowed on the covers of record albums. The bassist and the drummer were second-class citizens. And it is an extraordinarily cinematic, powerful, kinetic, explosive image.
Another notable thing about the cover is what it doesn't say. It lists 18 tracks, but there's another song on London Calling that's not listed. A song about Mick's breakup with Slits guitarist Viv Albertine. The band recorded the song too late to list it on the cover. The 19th track that almost never was became the album's breakout song.
But all of a sudden, this thing started happening where this Clash song started getting played on the radio. So we have this weird song, it has this weird shuffly beat, and somehow or other, completely out of nowhere, it starts to become a hit single.
Rather than Stand By Me, which is the line in the chorus, the Clash called the song Train in Vain. Apparently something to do with the fact that Topper's drum track sounded like a train. Bill remembers that people would come into Tower Records where he worked, looking to buy the song that they heard on the radio, without knowing the song title or the name of this strange British punk band. Somehow, it made it into the U.S. Top 40, the Clash's biggest hit to date. It guaranteed the Clash airplay across all 50 states.
So the only way you hear these things, the only way people heard music back then, period, is if your friend had a record or if you heard it on the radio. And I can remember hearing this guy, Casey Kasem, who was this dorky guy who counted down the hits. And, saying, coming up, I've got a song by a band that some people say is the greatest rock and roll band in the world, which again is so strange back then. Okay, the greatest rock and roll band in the world, everyone knew was the Rolling Stones. They've been telling us that for 10 or 12 years.
Times had changed. London Calling is one of the greatest albums ever made, and it would help make The Clash the only band that mattered. The first critic to hear London Calling was journalist Chris Needs from Zigzag. The listening session began at 5 a.m. one December morning at Wessex Studios. The Clash decided it'd be funny to tie them to the pool table with gaffer tape before they played the album.
I managed to free my right arm so that I could write down first thoughts, and every one is, this is great. Oh, this is great. And then the next one would come in. God, this one's better, And there was an unadulterated triumph and whooping and joy in the air, because they knew they'd done it. They knew they'd hatched the masterpiece against all odds.
I agree with you on Death or Glory. That we should relax on that one.
1979 had been Death or Glory for The Clash. And with London Calling, they had made it glory. But at what cost? Were they in danger of turning exactly into the sort of band they had always despised?
Do you want the Clash to get bigger?
It's like having a split personality. I do, of course, because you want people to hear your songs and all that stuff, right? You want to be successful and all that. I do on that level. But on the other hand, I'm pretty wary of that. I'm pretty wary of having it get too big to handle. You always think you can handle it, but you never know.
Next time on Stay Free, the story of The Clash. The band crisscrossed the states trying to break America. Winding up in New York, they try to pull off a string of back-to-back gigs, bringing the city to a standstill and leading the riots and a shutdown.
They said hello, and you say okay. Don't wanna play the show. Now what you're thinking was a death.
This is a Spotify original podcast, produced in partnership with BBC Studios. If you can't wait for more, head over to the Stay Free Companion playlist for the true lasting legacy of The Clash. The music, only on Spotify. I'm Chuck D. Peace. Last time on Stay Free, the story of The Clash.
Bernie got sacked. All of a sudden we were on our own, as if like Daddy had gone away.
The Clash had become a juggernaut that couldn't be stopped. So it's time to make another record.
The rehearsing for London Calling, we'd just go there religiously day after day.
Now, the music poured out of them.
When they asked us who did we want to produce, we picked Guy Stevens, who was like a very rebel guy. Sometimes he got a little out of hand.
He used to believe his job was to get the maximum amount of emotion by a process of direct psychic injection.
Joe spent months refining the lyrics to London Calling.
When I played it to Mick, he told me to write the message that we were going to call out around the world.
They knew they'd hatched the masterpiece against all odds. They knew they'd done it.
September 1979. On their third album, London Calling was still being mixed. The Clash were on the road. They were barreling through California, USA, when cassette tapes full of freshly mixed tracks were hand-delivered to the tour bus.
And we were driving somewhere, and the tape just kept going on, and all these tunes kept coming up. That's when it really hit me that, hey, this isn't bad.
On with their new songs, The Clash were charting a treacherous course through America. The U.S. tour. Many other bands before The Clash had died on that hill. Just a year earlier, the Sex Pistols had toured the American heartland. The band imploded, and soon after, Sid Vicious had wound up dead. There's no formula to breaking America. Somehow, though, The Clash were filled with bravado about it all. They were there to confront America. The way they saw it, they were on a rescue mission.
Can you tell me what's happening with your career in America?
The state of rock and roll in America is so daft that it's almost too late. You have to go there and disrupt it all a bit. But I think that we will probably just get over there and save them in time. You know, they do need it.
You're listening to Stay Free, the story of the Clash. I'm Chuck D. This is episode 6, the news behind the news. The Clash went straight to Monterey in California to play a hippie festival called the Tribal Stomp. For the encore, the Clash brought out the Texan rockabilly artist Joe Ely.
I bring on guest vocals doing on the title. I let my fingernails grow so they clink when I play the piano.
The Clash had met Joe Ely and his band after a gig in London in 1978. Clash showed them around. The West Texas Hellraisers met the West London Hellraisers. But now, the Clash were on Ely's turf, ball hopping through Texas, and they couldn't get their heads around it.
They were saying, why don't people live out here? Why is there so much space? That was the big question all around Texas when they were here. Like, how can there be so much space in between, like 100 miles before you see another gas station? They could not understand that concept.
The Clash had tiptoed around the edges of America during their last brief tour of major cities. They'd never ventured this far inland. Joe Ely supported the Clash on their Texas tour dates.
They didn't want to go to the normal places like Houston and Dallas. They wanted to go to places they'd heard about in song. And they wanted to go to Buddy Holly's hometown, which was Lubbock.
Which was great, except that Lubbock wasn't actually on the tour schedule.
And the agency people who have done the bookings.
That's Clash road manager Johnny Green.
Go, well, you can't do that, because we booked you on this plane and you've got to fly from there to LA. And the band go, yeah, but we want to go and we want to see Lubbock. And we all jumped in and we drove all that way to Lubbock and played in a bar where nobody knew who the Clash were.
In Texas, the crowd kind of looked at them like a pig looking at a wristwatch. They didn't know what to make of them. It's like, where in the hell these guys come from?
That's Joe Ely again. It seems like the Clash had sort of a romantic idea how this tour should go, turning up in towns of rock and roll legend, playing spontaneous gigs. Only they were encountering unimpressed crowds. They weren't connecting. To many Americans, their brand of rebelliousness just didn't make much sense. When you play a gig in a new city, you really never know what's going to happen and how it's going to go down. So every state had its own take on what was rebellion and what wasn't. Today, things are more unified. But back then, when you went to Manchester from London, they were like two entirely different cities. Some places got it quicker and some places were slow. Like D.C. and Baltimore are two different cities that are like 50 miles from each other, but they're like night and day.
I don't know. In the middle of the country, they still think, like, foreigners the biggest thing since sliced bread, And
what do you think?
Well, I think it's, someone's got to go out there and hit those people over the head with a baseball bat.
And so the audiences who are used to Foreigner on the radio and used to seeing bands like that, what is their reaction to you then?
Well, they just run a mile. They think they're going to get puked on and all that old corny crap.
Clash songs were about a world many American kids didn't recognize. Here's Bill Wyman, the music critic.
And then you just have the whole thing about rebellion. This thing of like, you have to fight back. The police are going to come. Don't let them take you in. You have to fight. Which, and again, in America is kind of far-fetched. Okay? I grew up in a nice suburban working class area. Most of Americans didn't have to worry about that. Blacks, of course, did.
Bill remembers waiting in line at the gas station during the 1979 oil crisis. But that was about all the hardship he experienced as a white kid growing up in America.
But it was nothing like the widespread conditions that were at hold in England at the time.
The Clash's songs about urban alienation and dead-end jobs meant even less to the affluent young crowds they played to on the West Coast.
Worst show that we did was at the Hollywood Palladium, because all of a sudden here were all these kids coming out of Beverly Hills parking their Mercedes out front and coming in and hearing songs about unemployment and racism and everything, and it just went completely over their heads. And so for them, there it was a fashion statement and had nothing to do with the music.
The crowd turned ugly.
They were cutting microphone cables and throwing beer bottles and stuff. It was just out of control, and it turned into a war there.
The scale of the challenge in America seemed overwhelming to the Clash. Joe called into a radio station from the road.
Welcome, firstly, to Joe Strummer.
How do you do, kid?
When you were in America, are you making headway now?
Well, I doubt it. I don't know.
Yeah, we got a long way to go yet, though, Judd. I don't know. When you come here, you realize how big this place is.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous.
They had toured all over the UK and parts of Europe, but they were never this far from home for this long. On the call back home to BBC Radio, Joe sounds a little homesick.
I hope to see you back in the UK sometime.
Wait, what time is it there?
It's, looking at the clock, it's just after 9.
Is that at night?
Yeah.
Ah, it's cold here. Really is.
It's not much warmer here.
Ah, okay then, kid. I'll see you.
All right, Joe, thank you.
Touring is grueling, but it's exhilarating too.
Blockhead's keyboardist Mickey Gallagher joined the Clash in America in September 1979. He had experience of touring the great wide open spaces of America.
If you stop, you come down pretty quickly and it's difficult to get going again. So as I've learned in my career, just keep going. America's a big country and it is, long drives and coaches.
Joe compared the endless hours on a tour bus to life on a submarine. The pressure was taking a toll.
It was a strange situation because got a great relationship together. It wasn't until much later I realised that they were going through a bit of a dysfunctional period and they really weren't talking to one another. I didn't find out till years later that one of the reasons I was on that tour was because I was like a guest in the house and they were all on their best behaviour.
Mick Jones found tour life especially grueling. Tour life could bring out Mick's demanding and stubborn side. Joe once said some days Mick would act like Elizabeth Taylor in a filthy mood. He liked to spend time alone, which was a luxury on a tour bus. One morning after a show in Canada, Mick went on strike a few miles from the U.S. border. He wouldn't be getting on the bus without some weed. Problem was, everyone had ditched their weed stash in advance of crossing the border. Penny Smith, the rock photographer responsible for that iconic photo of Paul smashing his bass on the cover of London Calling, was on the tour bus and remembers that morning.
It was Mickish, basically. But Mick obviously had the hump one day. I mean, he got these humps fairly regularly. I found him just sitting inside of the truck, wondering what the heck he was sulking about today, particularly. Bless him. And it turned out that no weed has arrived and he just refused to get on the bus until it turned up.
Mick put Johnny Green on the case and Johnny sprang into action. He contacted some Clash fans and from this roadside, somewhere in Canada, Johnny managed to score.
Oh, come on. I could find you now. You give me 10 minutes. You put the money in my hand, I could sort you out. That's why I'm a road manager.
To Mickey Gallagher, Mick's behavior was out of line.
No, I mean, it was rock and roll. I understood. I indulged myself. But I would never have kept the bus waiting for it.
Touring, but especially a grueling tour like this, tests the unit. Not getting through to audiences, huge distances, so much time away from home, and doing it all while living on top of each other. It can drive you crazy. The Clash seemed aware of the dangers. Topper and Paul were asked about it when they stopped into a local radio station in Canada.
Two-part question. Why did the Pistols, it just didn't happen in North America, and what did you learn from that? Not to make the same mistakes?
We learned that we got to be stronger for a start.
Yeah. The music? In person?
No, not the music. Like, in person.
Yeah.
Like, as a group, right, we got to, be stronger.
Yeah.
Like, it's the four of us, right? We know that each one of us can only rely on the other three,
On the final day of their second 1979 tour, Johnny Green did his usual round of the band members' hotel rooms to tell them it was time to leave for the plane. They all separately told him that they were quitting the band. They'd had enough. So Johnny Green thought, fuck it. Tossed everyone's plane tickets in the air and jumped in a cab without paying the hotel bill. Eventually, the Clash made it home and regrouped. London Calling came out. The Enemy Review declared it was the first Clash album that was truly equal in stature to their legend. And by this time, the band had new management, Black Hill Management. Remember, they had been brought on to try to sort out the band's money situation. They were now managing, or trying to manage, the Clash on tour.
The Clash was chaos.
That's Peter Jenner of Black Hill. Black Hill were veterans. They had managed the Pink Floyd and staged the famous Rolling Stones Free concert in Hyde Park in 1969. Jenner thought the whole punk rock scene lacked professionalism.
Bernie Rhodes couldn't organise a piss-up in a brewery. And the Clash was sort of stumbling around a bit. They'd done an American tour, but it was all a bit shambolic, you know. You got there when you got there, and, you know, you'd turn up when the doors were being opened sometimes. So we got the Clash organised.
Jenner had a straightforward plan for America. He wanted the Clash to play to the faithful. They would do a tour of just 6 dates in San Francisco, Pennsylvania, and New York. By the time the Clash hit New York, they had a top 30 album with London Calling and a U.S. radio hit with Train in Vain. They played a final sold-out show at the New York Palladium on March 7th, 1980. Enemy writer Charles Shaw Murray was there. The first time he'd seen the Clash in 1976, he'd written a review saying that they were a garage band who should be speedily returned to the garage with the motor running. Now, just under 4 years later, he described that night at the New York Palladium as the greatest rock and roll experience of his life. Rockabilly singer Pearl Harbor spent time with the band in New York.
New York was this really amazing city that was a mystery to all of us. Everywhere we went was kind of exciting because people knew the Clash. We got treated like royalty, so that was really fun.
In a country where the Clash was still relatively unknown, New York was a bubble, where the Clash were appreciated as much as anywhere in the world. The Clash loved the city too. After the tour, they made a quick, and as we soon find out, a pretty hairy trip to Jamaica. Then they returned to New York to begin work on a new album. They rented studio space at Hendrix's Electric Lady.
It's great because you're so tuned up from the tour, your chops are so sharp. Like the next day after the tour, we were in the studio.
And in the spring of 1980, New York was in the middle of a musical explosion. 80 and 81. It was totally a transitional period. It was a Big Bang Theory. Everything was happening every second. Well, nobody knew what was happening next. They met Nile Rodgers from Chic. Their disco hit Good Times had just been sampled to create the first rap song to reach a wide audience, Rapper's Delight. Mick went digging in the crates at Brooklyn record stores. Topper remembers taking in music wherever he walked in New York, with disco and funk pumped out of boomboxes. CBS had stumped up to 3 weeks at Electric Lady. They were looking to capitalize on the success of London Calling with a quick follow-up album. Sensibly, they were looking for something like London Calling 2. The Clash were happy to provide the 4th Clash album, but by no means would they be repeating London Calling.
Your average punter like me and loads of people would have been really, really happy with another record that sounded like a follow-up to London Calling, but they didn't want to do that. They wanted to have all this different stuff.
Pearl Harbor would sing backing vocals on the album that would emerge from these sessions.
And they wanted to introduce things to their audience and to amuse themselves and to just, you know, they wanted to experiment.
The album would be called Sandinista, after the rebel army who had recently toppled the Nicaraguan dictator General Somoza. It's by far the Clash's most controversial album.
Oh, mama, mama, look there. Your children are playing in the street again. Don't you know what happened down there? A youth of 14 got shot down there. The cocaine guns jammed downtown. The killing clowns, the blood money men, shooting those Washington bullets again.
Nowadays, it's viewed as a ramshackle masterpiece, but at the time, some critics were ready to do violence over it. Here's Joe Strummer weighing up Sandinista a decade later.
Many times I've had debates with people about what should be on it, what shouldn't be on it, but now, looking back on it, I can't separate. It's like the leaves of an onion. There's some stupid tracks, there's some brilliant tracks. The more I think about it, the more happy I am that it is as it is. Just from the fact that it was all thrown down in one go, it's like outrageous. And then released like that, it's doubly outrageous, it's triply outrageous. I can only say I'm proud of it. Warts and all, as they say. It's a magnificent thing. And I wouldn't change it, even if I could. And that's after some soul searching.
Paul had headed off to Canada for a few weeks to work on a film. So to get started, the rest of the band flew in Blockhead's bassist, Norman Watt Roy. The sessions for Sandinista were different to anything that came before for The Clash. Mickey and Norman set the tone. That first day, they kick-started the Clash's foray into old-school hip-hop.
When we went down to the studio early and it was pouring down with rain, and it was really belting down, and we walked. So by the time we got this Ladyland studio, we were drenched through, the two of us. And we went into the studio, and there was only the engineer there. The Clash hadn't turned up, so we took wet clothes off and put them on radiators to dry off, and then we just went in the studio, Norman and I, and just started jamming, you know.
The Blockheads would often have long creative jam sessions like this. The bass riff Norman came up with that day was typical of the Blockhead sound, and it was perfect for the sounds of New York in 1980. Mickey added a few chords on the Hammond organ.
Just for our own amusement, really. The Clash slowly filed in. I think Topper came in first, and he heard what we were doing, and he put the drum and bass riff on the front. He said, Norman, do this, you know, and off we went.
When Joe arrived at Electric Lady and heard Mickey and Norman's jam, he decided to have a go at what he'd been hearing on the street.
Ring, ring, 7 a.m. Move yourself to go again. Cold water in the face brings you back to this awful place. Knuckle merchants and your bankers too. Let's get up and learn those rules. Weatherman and the crazy chief. One says sun and one says sea. AM, the FM, the PM too.
The Magnificent Seven was the first original song they recorded for the album, and it stands as one of the first hip-hop tracks recorded by a white group. The Clash beat Blondie to the punch by a whole 6 months. Joe himself had to adjust to the length. Magnificent Seven clocks into more than 5.5 minutes.
Fucking long, isn't it?
Last time Mickey Gallagher played in the studio with The Clash, it was to do a couple of overdubs on London Calling. This time it was a true collaboration. The Clash had no new songs in reserve for Sandinista. They were proceeding on faith, thinking that they would short-circuit the rehearsal stage and come up with their new album on the spot in the studio. The Clash decided to make the whole album using this collaborative method. The Electric Lady sessions turned into an extended jam. They roped in more and more musicians. Former Voidoids guitarist Ivan Julian, Lou Lewis from Eddie and the Hot Rods, rock singer Ellen Foley. The Clash were funneling the sound of New York into the studio.
We just got in there and we just churned that album out in 3 weeks. Right there on the floor, we wrote it right there. Musicians were dropping in from all over New York. We had a real scene. Some of those takes are the songs actually being written as they're going down.
Look here, what do you think you're gonna be doing next year? No lie, how you know you're not gonna.
With all these people dropping by, Joe needed to set up a hangout space, which is how he invented the Spliff Bunker.
I was keen to hang with people because otherwise you're in an isolated bubble, but it has to be done carefully because you cannot have people pouring wine into the mixing desk or behavior like that. It's just not gonna happen. And so I invented the Spliff Bunker, which was like a place where you could like smoke weed and hang out and talk. And while they're fiddling with the last thing, the Spliff Bunker was where we'd come up with the next thing we were gonna. And as soon as they got a rough mix down, we'd be like, fresh tape on the reel, let's get the mics out, because we're gonna go like this and this and this, and we'd just keep doing that day and night.
Sandinista is crazy ambitious. The Sound of Sinners is a kind of punk gospel track. Rebel Waltz is an actual waltz. Right now you're hearing the Clash's cover of a song by Mose Allison, a suave American jazz and blues pianist.
You know, we wanted to branch out in all ways, musically, but also the lyrics had a fantastic breadth of, you know, we were diverse. We didn't care, we just tried anything we wanted to.
big feature of Sandinista is dub. Under the direction of Mikey Dread, the noted Jamaican producer. The Clash and Mikey Dread had flown to Kingston before the sessions in New York to record at the famous Channel One studio. But in Kingston, they quickly got attention. Local session musicians were looking for a cut of this rich white band's money. Joe told the story on a radio show at the time.
They figured that because we were a white band from Britain, therefore we were multi-millionaires, and therefore they wanted their cut of the money, and therefore they got a hold of Mikey Dread, and they said, we're going to do you, and we're going to do them and all, meaning us lot, because you're not giving us any dough. And we didn't have any dough ourselves, and so we just decided, as soon as that song was on the tape, we just unrolled the tape and stuck it in our jacket, and we left before nightfall.
By the summer of 1980, The Clash produced the bones of a triple album. Then they spent the rest of the year tinkering with Sandinista in various studios. But there was no Guy Stevens and no Sandy Pearlman to provide a veteran producer's vision.
This time when we started in New York, obviously Guy was in London or we couldn't get hold of him. We were going to start working with Mikey Dread was going to produce, and which he has. All the dub tunes on this selection are mostly produced by Mikey Dread, But when we were playing kind of rock and soul and funky stuff, Mikey, it wasn't his bag. So we just ended up doing it ourselves.
The album was released on December 12, 1980, days after John Lennon had been shot outside his home in the Dakota Building in New York. Joe did the rounds of interviews.
Joe, the 3-record set, 36 songs. Why?
Well, just for fun, really. Just for the hell of it. I mean, we've never been in a position like this before. We've never been sitting on 36 songs.
If you kind of cast yourself an image, they kind of expect a certain type of thing, too.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I hate that expectation. It's nothing better to walk out like a blank canvas and kill people with your originality. I mean, we're trying to unbland the bland.
In America, the album got positive reviews. Some critics said Sandinista could have been mixed better and that it suffered from the lack of an outside producer. But in general, they embraced the experimentation. Rolling Stone compared it to the Beatles' White Album and said there had rarely been an LP this big or far-reaching. Back home, people didn't know what to make of Sandinista. Picture punk rock fans across Britain picking the needle up and dropping it across 6 sides of vinyl, searching in vain for something they recognized. British critics trashed the album. They talked about Sandinista as a journey into stranger and stranger territory. After a tight side 1, things get more and more experimental. Then comes side 6. As Joe himself once told a journalist, only the brave go there. A withering review in The Enemy wondered why The Clash even bothered carrying on. The Clash had had bad reviews before, but this time they got completely destroyed. It threw them off balance.
Well, I don't know what they expect. I mean, I like music. I haven't got any kind of, it must be this kind of music or it must be that kind, And the same with the rest of us. We do listen to a wide variety of music, and obviously we play that. We just go in and play like that.
What's more, with all the studio time, Sandinista had cost The Clash a fortune. On top of that, to get CBS to release Sandinista as a triple album at an affordable price for fans, The Clash accepted a deal where they would waive all UK royalties on the first 200,000 copies sold.
Well, I thought it was fucking stupid.
Peter Jennifer Blackhill. The Clash had sent the PR man Cosmo Vinyl to negotiate the deal with CBS, and not Blackhill. Jenna offers several explanations for why Blackhill's relationship with The Clash came to an end. But the most straightforward reason might just be that he wasn't particularly supportive of Sandinista.
I mean, I did say, and this didn't help my position, and I said that Sandinista was full of padding. I did say that I thought that the material doesn't really all add up to Mick and Joe. Now, what are you going to do when you say, look, I don't think this is a very good essay, You said, well, I mean, it's the best I could do. Screw you. You don't want to work with us anymore? Fine, you can go. That's what it led to, I think, in a sense. If you think there's a lot of padding there, then you can go,
1980 was supposed to be the year the Clash broke America. Had they failed, like the Sex Pistols and all the others? As Christmas approached, the Clash discovered their triple LP only made it to number 19. They released a single, The Call-Up. It only got to number 44. The glory of London Calling seemed a very long time ago. The Clash were broke and out of favor. Little wonder Joe sounds low.
You're a big name band in a lot of countries in the world. The obvious question is, why haven't you made any money?
Well, it's really our fault. We were very naive when we started, you know, and we didn't realise what an advance was. You know, we thought it was a free gift, which it isn't. And, you know, we're trying to patch things together. So we're just trying to, like, live within our means and play within our means, you know. We can't afford to do a really big tour, so we're just going to do something worth going to see.
Why has your progress been so erratic? I believe you've just got your fourth manager in, what, three years?
Well, we're not very organised. That's just the way we are. We're not like the Jam. We've got a very tight ship with, you know, daddies running things and telling you, and everything's planned out. You know, we're more erratic than that, a bit more human than that, I think, you know. We have parted with our most recent manager, amicably, for a change. And we're not going to get any more in.
Except that's not what happened, because one day when Joe was pacing the streets of Notting Hill in West London, he ran into a figure from the past. Anarchist thinker, wheeler dealer, punk architect, Bernard Rhodes. True to form, the original Clash manager was quick to give his opinion on how the band had got on without him.
The Clash were £500,000 in debt at that time, so I had to dig them out of a hole.
The Clash knew Bernard was a pain in the ass. They had fired him because he was so intolerable. And they had managed 2 years without him. And yet, he had something. Whatever that was, and whatever price they would have to pay for it, Joe decided they needed it back.
Whatever the Clash was, it was something to do with Bernie Rhodes and the Clash. That's what I always maintained, for better or for worse.
Bernard was back, but he was no sooner in the manager's hot seat that he got some bad news. Epic had canceled the 60-date U.S. tour that was planned to publicize Sandinista. No problem, says Bernard. No tour. Instead, week-long residencies in Paris, London, and New York's Bonds International Casino. The aim? Create a stir.
I don't remember that it was Bernie's idea to play 3 weeks at Bonds, but it wouldn't surprise me, and it was a really great idea.
When the Clash set up shop at Bonds in the summer 1981, I was a young DJ at Spectrum City on Long Island. I didn't make it to the shows myself, but one of my friends did. It went down as one of the biggest events of the year, and it took the Clash from the indie fringes and launched them into the mainstream.
Oh, when we played at Bonds, we played for, like, I don't know, 17 or 18 nights on Times Square. And it caused a big fuss, you know, and they had, like, people spilling out into the street, and they hadn't had that since Frank Sinatra and the Bobby Soxers. We caused a real sensation going into the heart of New York.
And I saw every single show. And it was amazing because they basically took over New York.
That's Don Letts, the Clash's old friend from way back in the punk days of the Roxy Club in London. And he was in town to film it all. His footage shows the first night arrival of the Clash at about 10 p.m. to their spaghetti western theme. A 2-hour set, 26 songs, a wildly enthusiastic audience. But it was then that the legend of Bonds began.
Now I have a word of caution for you. The fire marshals say last night Bonds was crowded beyond its legal capacity.
The legend started when the fire department arrived. They announced that it was unsafe to cram so many people into the club. So the next night, they didn't let everybody in, stranding ticket holders outside.
About 500 angry fans outside Bonds Disco when the announcement came that the matinee performance of The Clash was canceled.
Next on the scene, the New York City Building Department. They closed the place down altogether. Outside, pissed-off fans scuffled with mounted police, some of whom started whacking them back with their nightsticks. The press sensed the story.
There were riots on the street. You know, they were on the local news.
And we made it onto the, national channel networks. Something that we hadn't done before. People jamming out Times Square, complaining about their tickets and how they came in from Nantucket Island. And
we came all the way from Indiana. We drove for 2 days, and now we have to go back.
Like we can't trade these in. We can't stay until the next day.
A truce was agreed. The Clash would play more than their intended 8 nights, but to fewer people each night.
So we ended up playing 17 shows there.
But of course, then they had to start to reallocate the tickets.
So if you're holding tickets for the Clash for tonight, tomorrow night, or any of the future nights, please listen carefully.
Burnett even got on the radio, but he was so tired he could hardly speak.
Internet. Whoa. Sorry. Okay, bearing in mind we've been up for the last 3 days and nights trying to sort this out.
But the Clash realized they could do well out of this. Cosmo promised exclusive press interviews to just about everybody. The trouble at Bonds put the Clash center stage in the media spotlight, and the band played up to it. They went walkabout in a local school, just like visiting statesmen. All televised, of course.
What the Clash are asking is that the fans stay cool, pull together, and understand what's going on.
The future president of Def Jam Records, my friend Bill Stepney, was just 18 when he went down to cover one of the Bond shows for the radio station WLIR.
Yeah, I went as a member of the media. In fact, I don't think I would have gotten in. I had my ticket, and there were police horses all over the place. You barely could get in there. I just remember a ton of people. I believe I had on a baseball cap that had a WLIR FM radio patch. I had a New York press media badge. So all of those things, helped me out. It was crazy.
By the time Bill made it through, he missed the support acts. The Clash used their support slots at Bonds to give exposure to cutting-edge artists, The Fall, The Slits, and most importantly, hip-hop pioneers. Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five, the Treacherous Three, and the Sugar Hill Gang. But some of the Bridge and Tunnel crowds at the Bond show weren't ready for hip-hop. They threw missiles at the stage.
Boy, we invited these people here so that you could hear something new and cool. And
Pearl Harbor, whose DJing also went down badly, remembers that Joe Strummer retaliated.
Fucking shut up and listen to this music because it's really cool and I love it.
The guest list read like a who's who of the New York scene. De Niro, Scorsese, Africa Bambaataa, the future Beastie Boys. And on top of it all, the Clash played their socks off. Here's Bill Stepney.
There are certain moments when you're watching an artist and you say, I think I'm in the middle of a historic moment. Yeah, that was it. I didn't know much. I was still a teenager. I was a freshman in college. White rock and roll was so unfunky, so vanilla for those years. And these are the early years of MTV, too, where they're not playing black acts. And it was like Jim Crow segregation musically. They were a revolution unto themselves of trying to break down that musical segregation.
The shows were a phenomenal success and took the Clash to a new level in the States. This time, they returned to London in triumph. But even as they celebrated, a new set of problems were bubbling to the surface. After the success of Bonds, Burnett seemed ever more convinced of his role in the Clash.
The thing was a rusty old wreck, and I had to grab it and do it up and put my engine in it, my updated engine.
Yeah. He was always needling them and always winding them up and always pissing them off.
And meanwhile, the Clash had been so focused on changing America with their music, no one was pausing to notice how it was changing them. Peter Jenner, their now ex-manager, had spotted it months before.
And I said, what are all these white powders flying around? Oh, don't worry, old man. Old man. I was an old man. You don't really know what's going on. We know what's going on. Don't you worry. I mean, I had flagged up there was a problem. What is going on? I'm a manager. I don't know what's going on within the inner workings of the band. And this was in New York and things. I was saying, what is going on? Don't worry, old man, says Strummer. there was a sort of a resolution was never found to the thing of being the people's band. You know, we are of the people. No, fuck off. You're not being a people's of the street. You're behaving like a fucking superstar.
But the Clash did come to reckon with their fame. Joe especially would struggle to make any sense of it.
I got a phone call one morning in New York, you know, from Strummer in Shelly, and he said, I did a terrible thing last night after the show. And I went, oh yeah? I was thinking, oh Christ, what's he going to tell me? And he said, I went to Studio 54 with Andy Warhol. Does that make me a bad man?
They're not punk rock now.
What are they now?
They're just what the Stones are.
Obviously, life's full of sick jokes, and you could have seen that one coming, I guess. But it's still of a shock when it actually happens. You know, we turned into a load of pop stars. I couldn't believe that we turned into the people we were trying to destroy.
Next time on Stay Free, the story of the Clash. As the band goes global and mainstream in America, pressure mounts, and relationships within the band are tested to breaking point. This is a Spotify original podcast, produced in partnership with BBC Studios. If you can't wait for more, head over to the Stay Free Companion playlist for the true lasting legacy of the Clash, the music, only on Spotify. I'm Chuck D. Peace. Last time on Stay Free, the story of the Clash.
The state of rock and roll in America is so daft that it's almost too late.
Armed with their new songs, the Clash were charting a treacherous course through America.
In Texas, the crowd kind of looked at them like a pig looking at a wristwatch.
Yeah, we got a long way to go yet, though. When you come here, you realize how big this place is.
We got to be stronger together as a group.
The Clash were happy to provide the fourth Clash album, but by no means would they be repeating London Calling.
There's some stupid tracks, there's some brilliant tracks.
We didn't care, we just tried anything we wanted to.
I got a phone call from Strummer in Shelly. I did a terrible thing last night. I went to Studio 54 with Andy Warhol.
But even as they celebrated, a new set of problems were bubbling to the surface. By the early 1980s, the Clash were at the height of their powers. But it didn't feel like that to Joe.
Hi, Joe? I was reading an article about you. You said you felt like a failure. I didn't really understand what you meant by that.
Well, I don't know. I just feel dispirited sometimes. You know, it's hard to keep grinning.
Even with everything that you have going for you, what is it that holds you back?
Well, I don't know. It's just, wears you down, I guess.
Joe was answering questions on the radio call-in show, and he had a lot on his mind. British critics had trashed Sandinista for being self-indulgent, and it seemed like the British fans who had once been central to the Clash's identity had begun to turn against them.
I just felt that the English fans were being bought off by the TV, bought off by the media. I felt like if I'm English and if I don't mean anything to the English fans, and it makes me feel sick to my soul.
On Monday, we'll be doing something for the folks in Aberdeen. On Tuesday,
going on tour in Britain was the last thing Joe felt like doing.
And then we go Leicester, Newcastle, Birmingham.
But here was Clash PR man Cosmo Vinyl on the radio announcing date after date of a massive UK tour.
Bristol, Brighton, and Brixton.
To make things even worse, the tickets weren't selling. It seemed to Joe that the British fans were deserting the Clash. In fact, Joe was going to desert everyone. The night before the tour on April 21st, 1982, he vanished. Cosmo Vinyl had to go straight back on the radio to make an appeal.
If anybody has seen Joe, please get in contact with the Clash office. Ask for Sheila. Please get in touch because we want to find him. And if you're listening, Joe, please get in touch. We need to talk to you.
You're listening to Stay Free, the story of the Clash. I'm Chuck D, and this is episode 7, Pressure. Around the time the Clash were in New York making their name at Bonds Casino, a former matinee idol named Ronald Reagan was rising to power.
For those who've abandoned hope, we'll restore hope and we'll welcome them into a great national crusade to make America great again.
By the end of 1981, the matinee idol was president. The slogan was peace through strength. Under Reagan, the CIA waged secret wars against socialism in South America and regimes in the Middle East. Reagan said he was fighting the most dangerous enemy that ever faced mankind in his long climb from the swamp to the stars. Across the pond, he would find a strong ally in Margaret Thatcher, who was busy pointing our own battleships towards some tiny islands in the South Atlantic. Reagan talked about personal liberty, but at home, the man who had once voted to restrict civil rights and voting rights was now promising to stop a push for gay rights. It was the beginning of the Reagan era, and the Clash wasn't having any of it.
This is a public service announcement with guitar. Know your rights. All three of them.
Know Your Rights would be the lead single from the Clash's fifth album, Combat Rock.
You have the right not to be killed.
The single was recorded in New York City, where the Clash was spending an increasing amount of time. The Clash were poised for mainstream success in America, but things weren't going so well on the home front.
Fire policeman. Oh, an aristocrat. Oh, know your right.
This is Clash PR man Cosmo Vinyl interviewing Joe.
It's Joe Strummer here.
Are you surprised how well you're doing in America?
Well, they said it couldn't be done, that we were too English for exportation, and now back home they say we're too American for importation, so I'm pretty confused myself.
While the Clash were captivated by America, Britain was rioting again. In 1981, race-fueled riots broke out in Brixton and Liverpool. There was a time when the Clash would have been on the front lines.
Where were you when those riots were occurring?
Well, I was thousands and thousands of miles away. That's 3,400 miles away. But I don't think it matters. I don't think I'd have done anything even if I'd have been in Britain, you know? I ain't no leader with that shit. I'll just sing a song, you know?
With the Clash spending so much time in America touring and recording, British fans felt abandoned. They may have had a point, because that's what Bernard wanted them to feel. He told enemy journalist Chris Salowich that the UK was suffocating for the band and that England doesn't respect what it has. Bernard's hope was that if the band stayed away for long enough, the negative press would tail off. It didn't work. The backlash only grew. Joe had taken to calling the enemy writers turncoats. In 1981, he declared, "My skin is thick enough by now. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to get on stage. I'd be hiding in a cupboard somewhere."
Yes, The Clash. Now, along with the Sex Pistols, they were one of the first British punk bands from 1976. And last night they played the Assembly Rooms in Derby. Now, personally, I thought they lacked the old drive and energy and sounded a bit worn out. So it's a good job I didn't interview them after the gig.
It's 2 years since your last British tour. If you're going to go away to America somewhere and maybe not come back for 6 years and play Earl's Court like the Stones or something
We haven't done that yet. We've been going for 6 years and we've done a tour every year in England, if not 2 tours at least, right? So there is no comparisons. I'll answer that question categorically no, but don't stop us going places where they like us better than they like us here, right?
Yeah.
When we're number one somewhere, we're really glad to be number one. Because when we're not number one here, it's humiliating for us when we see a load of shit number one.
While the Americans appreciated the experimentation at Sandinista, the UK press was negative about the band they accused of abandoning their roots. An enemy writer panned the Clash live gig, mocking their musical experimentation. He wrote, "They're so darn cross-cultural, it was as if they were lugging around some encyclopedia of ethnic musical forms." Another reviewer snarled, "The Clash are becoming true internationalists," which might just be another word for nowhere left to live.
The music press seemed to slug you off.
Come see, come start. 1 week they're slagging us off, the next week they're saying how wonderful we are. You know what I mean? It only just adds to the confusion. It makes us feel confused. Very often we have a situation where we get a bad review. Nothing to do with the music half the time, and never even bother to talk about it. I'd like them to talk a bit more about the music, really. You know, but I think this what it is like a lot of it is like jealousy, you know, because we're such brilliant people.
It was time for another record. The 5th Clash album would be called Combat Rock, and to make it, the Clash returned to the one place they felt welcome, a
pick up the New York Post, say 6 months ago, and we were doing something there, and there's a caption of us, and it goes, and now the Clash are off to the Far East to do their Asian tour, and then it's back home to the Big Apple. And I was thinking, wow, we get a feeling that they want us to live there, you know, or there's some kind of a warmth there. I mean, this is the New York Post, which is like not known for its friendliness.
I've got to ask you what you're actually doing in New York.
Well, we've gone back to a studio here that we like, and we're doing our next LP in there.
Electric Lady, with the Clash at their creative run making Sandinista.
Yeah, we seem to work well there.
But during Combat Rock, the band began to lose the unity that had driven previous albums. At first, Joe got right back into the collaborative spirit. As with Sandinista, a bunch of other musicians came to the studio. Graffiti artist Futura 2000 rapped on the song. Their pal, country and western singer Joe Ely dropped by. So did the beat poet Allen Ginsberg.
Starved in Metropolis. Hooked on Necropolis.
What's Allen Ginsberg doing on there, the 60s?
He goes like this. Addict of Metropolis.
Do the worm on Necropolis. Slam dance Cosmopolis.
Enlighten the populace. Stuff like that.
Sort of his own way of rapping.
Yeah, it's poetry rap.
It wasn't just the guests that were making this session feel like Sandinista all over again. In the studio, Mick was creating long cuts of the new songs and incorporating daring new sounds and styles. The experimentation was causing division in the band. Joe had begun to long for the old punk rock sound that had brought them so much adoration at home. Joe and Mick, the songwriting team, got into intense creative arguments in the studio.
He was screaming, "Rockist" at me, "Rockist." And I was like, look, haven't you had enough of all that Sandinista stuff of like jingle bells dribbling from 48 tracks?
The tension produced results. One of the Clash's most famous songs is Should I Stay or Should I Go? And buried in it is all the evidence of Mick and Joe's creative rift.
Should I Stay or Should I Go is just our attempt at doing like a rock classic. It was just a straight song, you know. That's how we just did it. It was not like to overdo it with string parts or nothing.
Should I Stay or Should I Go is Mick's song. He wrote both the music and the lyrics, but Mick worried that it was too straight. So Joe proposed an addition that would make the recording more interesting and textured. Joe added a backing vocal echoing Mick's lines in Spanish. Well, Clash Spanish.
Exactly whom I'm supposed to be.
Joe roped in his friend Joe Ely to help with the backing vocals. The two Joes pooled their shaky knowledge of Spanish. And then they had the studio tape operator call his mother, who was from Ecuador, to check their work.
We read her the lyric down the phone, and he shouted back to me what she was saying from her kitchen in Brooklyn. So I just wrote down exactly what his mother said.
Anybody that listens to it that knows Spanish cannot translate it at all.
Don't you know which clothes even fit me?
The two Joes played the trick on Mick while he was laying down the lead vocal.
Me and Strummer had snuck up on him, and we were fixing to jump out and scare the shit out of him while he was singing. He turned around and caught us, and he said, "Split."
Split.
Mick wanted to make Combat Rock a Clash production, with himself in the producer's chair. The Clash manager, Bernard Rhodes, was getting pissed off.
Should I stay or should I go?
One day Bernie came in and he said, "Why does everything have to be a raga?" And we went, "What?"
Bernard meant the Indian classical music raga, an extended improv session. Ironically, it was Bernard's disapproval of these long jams that inspired the biggest hit on Combat Rock.
He said, "Everything is going on for 6 minutes. How are we going to get this stuff on a record?" And then he left, and we started to laugh about the raga, because we knew, hey, we were playing ragas. We couldn't stop. It was out there, free form, play, jamming. I went back to the Iroquois Hotel on 44th. I had a typewriter in the room, and I went over to the typewriter and I typed, "Now the king told the boogeyman, you have to let that raga drop." I just typed that to ease my mind. I wasn't thinking about anything. Those things that have to be written down, you just write them down.
Joe had the line, but there was no song, which is where drummer Topper came in. As was always the case, Topper was first into the studio, and in those days, everyone else in the Clash was arriving very late. That morning, Topper made himself useful.
And I got to the studio, and there was no one there. The engineer was there, and I said, look, I've been working on this idea on the piano. Maybe I should try and put it down. So he said, OK, then. So I just got to the piano, and I put the drum track down, so I played the piano to it.
After he'd laid down the drum track and the piano, he kept moving around the studio, picking up other instruments.
So now we had the piano down to the drums. Still no one there. So I said, let me have a go at the bass. So I picked up the bass and put the bass down. Still no one there. So I then started putting all the percussion to it.
Topper thought that this would just be a rough track. But when the rest of the band heard it, they didn't want to change anything.
They went, brilliant, brilliant, that's it. And Joe just went off into the toilets and wrote the lyrics.
Now the king told the boogie man, you have to let that rock drop. The oil down the desert way has been shaken to the top.
You start with some nonsense about what your manager told you, and then I just kept jamming on. Like I was just having a little fun. I started to wail about the muezzin and the sheikhs and the oil in the desert, and because somebody told me earlier that if you had a disco album in Tehran, you got 20 lashes. And if you had a bottle of Johnny Walker Black Label whiskey, you got 40 lashes. I couldn't get this out of my mind, so I didn't even know what I was doing. Like, I was trying to say, fanaticism is nowhere. There's no tenderness or humanity in fanaticism.
Degenerate the faithful with that crazy Casbah sound. But the better when they brought out the electric cattle drum, the local guitar picking guitars, guitar picking.
Rock the Casbah would be the band's biggest hit single. It helped make Combat Rock their most commercially successful record. But by the time it was released, Topper, the man who had written the song, would no longer be in the band.
You know, as I say, I lost the plot completely.
Don Letts said if one thing had a devastating effect on punk, it was heroin. It claimed the lives of members of the Ramones, the Sex Pistols, the New York Dolls, and heroin destroyed Topper's career. The band had known about Topper's heroin use for some time, but at the beginning, it had happened behind the scenes. Now, as the band's fame grew, it was becoming public.
Shut up, will you, stupid cunt?
Oh, thanks very much, man.
While on tour in Europe in September 1981, the band was holding a press conference in Vienna Airport when Topper threw up all over the carpet. It was classic junkie behavior in front of a bunch of journalists. One of the reporters tried to question Topper about why he has just been sick. And in the footage of the press conference, you could see a furious Joe stepping in to defend his bandmate.
What do you think we are? Do you think this is 1976 and you're talking to the Sex Pistols? Piss off or I'll fucking piss all over you. If he feels like throwing up, it's because his stomach hurts. I don't need your jokes to fucking contend with. If you haven't got something serious to say, piss off.
Well, it's serious.
Well, you tell me. How about life and death? Never mind who pukes on stinking carpets.
Joe had his bandmates back that day, but Topper would later concede that Joe was also probably furious with him. Drug habits and successful rock bands often go together, but for The Clash, it was different. They were the band that was supposed to be against the druggy excesses of rock stars like Led Zeppelin and the Rolling Stones. Now they were a walking contradiction. You know, I had the same exact problem in Public Enemy. See, I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do drugs, and our members kind of don't, right? But we had records with anti-drug messages, especially at that time when we had a youthful audience. And then one of our members turned around and had an issue with crack and addiction, so we had to deal with that. This is embarrassing. It's like, dude, we're supposed to be this group and you're this fuck-up. It's like the Kurt Cobain shit, you know? No, people's like, well, it's rock and roll, so he can be a junkie because he's more creative that way. And it's like, that was just stupid. A few months after the Stinking Carpets incident, The Clash was in Tokyo on a tour of the Far East. Topper was messed up again,
You know, when I remember fighting with Joe in Japan, you know, in the lift, and he was saying, how can I write all these songs about anti-drugs when you're stoned to have your head behind me, you know?
During those sessions in New York, the band had created a song called Straight to Hell. The lyrics is about the kids fathered by American GIs during the war in Vietnam, but it also addresses Junkiedom USA, and it was one of several anti-drugs lyrics on Combat Rock. Topper added a bossa nova drum track, along with a thumping bass drum beat bashed out on an empty bottle of R. White's lemonade.
How's about a British jig and reel?
The song might be the last true collaboration of all four members of the classic Clash lineup. They recorded it on New Year's Eve, 1981, in a mad creative rush just before they flew out of New York.
Go straight to hell, boy. Go straight to hell, boy.
Straight to Hell shouldn't really have existed, and it just went like that, and it existed. And we finished that on New Year's Eve, and then we left the studio. We went out into Times Square, and that whole world was screaming in the streets. You know, they do that thing in Times Square, and it was great.
Flying home to London, customs officers discovered heroin in Topper's baggage. He got off without a prison sentence. Instead, he paid a fine and promised the court to take steps to curb his drug abuse. But that's a big promise. It would involve time at home, being off the road, and that's the hardest thing for an addict in a successful group. You know, the stage is the high. Everybody wants to be around that light. You're not going to get a stage in your house. Topper did do a short spell in rehab, but then went straight out on a Clash tour of the Far East. Joe and Topper were headed in different directions. Joe was on a health kick. He declared 1982 the year of the body. While on tour, he would use the TV in his hotel bedroom as a weightlifting tool. Meanwhile, Topper was spending 100 pounds a day on heroin, more than $400 in today's money. Which brings us back to Joe's disappearance.
As far as I can remember, Joe went to Paris, basically an indirect way of getting me sacked from the group.
It turned out Joe's disappearance had been a publicity stunt, at least at first. It was Burnett's idea, a scheme to drum up ticket sales. Remember, sales had been slow for the upcoming UK tour. He thought a little publicity would help. But then, Joe really did disappear. Even Burnett had no idea where he'd gone or when he'd be back. Meanwhile, Mick, Paul, and Topper were all in the dark about everything, which Topper figures was the point.
His attitude was like, I've proved you can't do it without me. Now I want Topper out of the group. You know, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's how it worked. But, I mean, I don't hold any grudges about it because I was out of control, you know? I mean, I was a liability to the band.
Joe was in Paris. He laid low for 3 weeks.
That's how I remember it anyway, was that he had enough of me and he went to Paris and basically came back and I was given an ultimatum.
Maybe it was a power move. No sooner was Joe back than the Clash flew out to perform in the Netherlands. It was a terrifying show. Fights broke out between security and fans. Fencing was destroyed. The stage began to sink into the ground. It all took place outside in a thunderstorm. The promoter said the concert aged him 10 years, but Topper was too stoned to notice much of anything. Before the show, he had laid down a wardrobe mirror in the dressing room in front of Joe, who was doing his hair, and used the mirror to line up some cocaine. After the gig, the band called a meeting, and Topper was fired.
It was a dark time getting thrown out of the group. The Clash was a whole lifestyle. It was constant touring. It wasn't just a job. It was a complete way of life. You know, we lived together. We were on the road together. And for that to suddenly end, you know, was just an incredible feeling.
Fired from the Clash, Topper's drug use developed into full-blown addiction. He was living in a windowless squat in West London. One day he saw a music video on TV for Rock the Casbah. His song, but there was someone else behind the drum kit.
It was the darkest hour of my life, really.
In time, the rest of the Clash would come to see that by firing Topper, they'd lost something they couldn't get back. But back in 1982, everyone just put their minds to getting a new drummer. With Combat Rock racing up the charts and an American tour days away, the Clash decided to fall back on their first drummer, Terry Chimes.
Well, we met him in a cafe, me and Bernie Rhodes.
That's Cosmo Vinyl, the band's PR man.
So we met him down a cafe after we finished work, and we said, do you want to go to America on Wednesday? And that was Friday night. And he said, what, with the Clash? Sure, I'll go. So we got him and off we went.
Bernard said, I've got to meet you urgently, I want to see you.
Terry chimes.
I said, why? He said, I can't tell you, I've got to see you. I was in London, and he was in London, so I just drove over to Marine Ice, as it was.
Marine Ices, an Italian ice cream bar in North London, one of Bernard's favorite haunts back then.
Just like the Clash, saying we've got 5 days to rehearse, which was most bands, when they do a tour, they do the same songs every night, but they were doing different songs every night just to be different. The idea being each performance would be unique into itself. So I had to learn about 30 songs in about 5 days, which is a lot to take on. And we did it, though.
I understand, Mick, that you've located a list of the cities you'll be on tour with The Who.
The Clash had been offered a support slot on a sellout tour of America with 1960s rock giants The Who.
What cities are
That's right. This is us with The Who, right? September the 24th, we're going to be playing in Philadelphia, and on the 26th of the same month, we'll be playing in Buffalo, New York.
The Clash were big fans of The Who's music, but now they were dinosaur rockers. The kind that had bummed out The Clash as young punks. Those bands that left you where they found you, in some big soulless arena. Now the Clash were entering the same orbit.
On the 20th, we're going to the home of, lots of fish, Seattle.
You're about to break a bit of a Clash tradition in that in playing with The Who for those 6 dates, you'll be playing basically large venues, stadium-type affairs. You guys tend to go for the smaller clubs. You can make a whole lot more money in the big halls. How come you're still playing the small clubs?
It's the money.
It's the money.
This don't really count as our show. It's The Who show, so we're just gonna be there to pick up a few fans, hopefully.
Blow them off stage.
The Clash were back to their original lineup. But if anyone thought that getting rid of Topper would solve the Clash's problems, they were wrong. There was a deeper ride, one that had set in back in Electric Lady Studios between Mick and Joe. With Mick in the producer's chair, Combat Rock had been heading into double album territory. The sound adventures of the past 3 albums had taken the Clash far beyond their punk rock origins. Joe was uncertain about the distance they had come. He wanted a stripped-back single album. So Joe and Clash management brought in an outsider to cut it down without consulting Mick. Veteran producer Glyn Johns.
Glyn Johns mixed it inside of a week and gave us one compact album. And he did well because he was very brutal with it. I like that brutalness. He was like, you like what's on this track? No, get rid of it.
When Mick heard the cut-down version, Joe says he was furious and referred to the producer Glyn Johns as the Butcher.
Mick turned around to me and he went, you ruined my music. I went, beg your pardon? He went, you've ruined my music.
Setting out on tour with the Clash, drummer Terry Chimes found them in the grip of an identity crisis. He hardly recognized the band he had last played with back in 1977, when they were all on 50-pound weekly wages, marching to the same punk rock beat.
No, I'm a bit of a peacemaker, a bit of a diplomat, but it was hopeless. I couldn't get them to calm down. Tried a lot, but it was futile.
Joe and Mick were fighting on a regular basis. Some of the nastiest rows were over Mick's new rolling guitar synthesizer.
And Mick had this little box of tricks that made funny noises, which Joe just didn't like. I remember once we were on stage somewhere, and Joe just filtered these and said, shut up! Like this, just angry, shut up to the sky,
And I wanted him to play the guitar. Paul wanted him to play the guitar, so why didn't he play the guitar? No, it was too passé, it was non-artistic. Geniuses like him didn't have to stoop so low as to play a punky chord, full of roaring distortion, which is my favourite guitar sound.
And then at one point he put his hand over Mick's strings, which really irritated him because he was like, you crossed the line there. And Mick said to me the next day, did you see what he did? Like as if to say, did you see what that was? I said, yeah, let's not get overexcited. He got a bit fed up with that solo you were doing, but let's not call it a murder. It's not that, when people are angry at each other, they're angry at each other. When someone's getting on your nerves and these things happen, you start to want to murder them.
Joe was also wrestling with himself about how the spirit that the Clash started out with seemed to be getting lost along the way.
By the time they hit big in America, the majority of Americans were looking at them as a rock band. There's no two ways about it.
That's Don Letts.
They didn't know anything about English punk rock. They didn't give a fuck. All they were into was great tunes coming out of the radio.
They're not punk rock now.
What are they now?
They're just what the Stones are.
Joe was very aware of not becoming a rock and roll cliche. When he hit stage, Shea Stadium, 1981, he comes on with a mohawk.
Don took it as a statement. Joe had gone all out punk.
Because funnily enough, I said in the early punk days, I didn't know a single one of the major players with a mohawk. You know, I think he was saying, yeah, you know, we're something else.
Good evening, New York City. How you doing? Come on, Shea Stadium. You sound like you're half asleep. Come on, let's hear ya.
The Who tour peaked with an iconic performance at Shea Stadium in New York City. Cosmo Vano had stepped up from being the Clash's PR man to their hype man, and he introduced them that night to 80,000 concert goers.
So will you welcome, all the way from Ladbroke Grove, London W10, The Clash. Come on!
That night, The Clash played a song from their first album, Career Opportunities. Joe felt like a hypocrite singing this song to such huge crowds. Back in 1976, they played venues where the fans were so close they could reach up and hock a loogie at every one of them. But even the backstage area at Shea Stadium was bigger than any of those early venues.
I mean, when you're in a rock group that's taking off and all this bollocks, you can pretend to be in the real world, but you are not in the real world. Never mind just physically, just being hotel, gig, bus, plane. But in your mind, because you're young and you're famous, you completely lose any way to connect. What I call reality is having a bloody good idea of what everyone else is doing and thinking about in the rest of the world. You're having a bloody good idea, not a vague guess.
Next time on Stay Free, the story of The Clash. The relentless touring and disagreements continue with seismic consequences. But from the wreckage, something endures. This is a Spotify original podcast, produced in partnership with BBC Studios. If you can't wait for more, head over to the Stay Free Companion playlist for the true lasting legacy of The Clash. The music, only on Spotify. I'm Chuck D. Peace. Last time on Stay Free, the story of The Clash.
The music press seemed to slug you off.
Oh, come see, come start. 1 week they're slagging us off, the next week they're saying how wonderful we are. I think this what it is like a lot of it is like jealousy, you know, because we're such brilliant people.
Joe and Mick got into intense creative arguments in the studio.
Look, haven't you had enough of all that Sandinista stuff of like jingle bells dribbling from 48 tracks?
Anybody that listens to it that knows Spanish cannot translate it at all.
Mick turned around to me and he went, "You ruined my music."
By the time they hit big in America, you know, the majority of Americans were looking at them as a rock band. There's no two ways about it.
They're not punk rock now.
What are they now?
They're just what the Stones are.
Three days before Christmas 2002.
The rock legend Joe Strummer has died of a heart attack at the age of 50. He was lead singer of The Clash, widely regarded as the best of all the punk bands.
Joe's heart attack was caused by a defective artery, which he probably had since birth. He never knew it, but any heartbeat might have been his last. He was 50.
Well, that's just one of life's oddities, isn't it? Stranger things have happened, that's for sure.
Joe's death came 17 years after The Clash broke up. And through that time, the question of whether the band might reform was never far from any Clash fan's mind. To explain why it never happened, you have to first try to untangle their breakup. And it's complicated. Not just how they broke up and why, but even when. The first thing to say about any of it is that The Clash were all fucking tired. You're listening to Stay Free, the story of The Clash. I'm Chuck D, and this is episode 8. Straight to Hell, West 10.
Here comes Mick with the information.
Yeah, we're making a movie about The Clash, right, with a guy called Don Letts. He's this Rastafarian guy.
But in between one tour or another, where any other band would have all gone off and had holidays, The Clash never stopped. They never took a break, even when they had 3 months off. Joe's like, yeah, let's make a movie.
The Clash always seemed to be in the middle of some movie side project. They worked with several filmmakers on projects that were either abandoned or disowned by The Clash before they were released.
The Clash were on this roller coaster of a ride, and maybe they were too scared to get off, but they never took a break, which they probably should have.
At the start of 1983, The Clash had 2 projects on the go. While Don Letts was gathering the rushes from his film of the Clash Shea Stadium gig, Joe Strummer was cooking up an idea for a drama called Hell West 10 after the West London postcode. Joe's plan was to shoot a silent black and white movie set in West London. It was to be a DIY Buster Keaton-style cops and robbers film, starring The Clash and Entourage.
Joe's energy, just that fueled the whole thing. That was like your pay. You know, Joe was there and was like, come on, guys.
There was no script. It was all in Joe's head. Mick was a crime boss named Socrates. Paul was his sworn enemy. In the middle, Joe played a crooked cop. There were many drinking scenes, and they used real booze. A lot of takes ended with cast and crew dissolving into laughter.
There was just something about Strummer, and he had this knack of talking to people and making them feel that they had a part to play in the big picture of life. And, you know, looking after them, well, you could see that they obviously fucking didn't. But he could make everybody feel like that. It was a real exceptional talent that he had to make you feel energized and that you had something that you could do and contribute. Throughout my whole life, Joe had this thing where you say, look, let's shut up and get on with it. I've had that ringing in my ear for 40 years.
Around this time, Paul and Pearl Harbor were living together in West London. Pearl was cast in the movie Hell West 10, and she saw how hard the band were working.
When the band got back to England after the big tour from Combat Rock, they had been going nonstop for years, and they finally had some money in their pockets. And Mick, and it isn't unreasonable, he wanted to take a break and go on a holiday and collect his thoughts and get himself together before they did anything else.
To Joe and Paul, the Clash didn't do holidays or weekends or any time off. That was rock star behavior.
They wanted to keep going and not be pop stars, and they had energy from what had happened to them, whereas Mick took a more human aspect in terms of, I'm tired, man, I want to go on a holiday.
The Clash had played hundreds of shows traveling the world over almost 7 years. They had put out 5 albums, including a triple album and a double album and a string of singles in between. Years later, Joe would realize that a holiday might have been a good idea. Sounds like someone needed to take him to one side and say, Joe, slow down.
No one ever suggested, hey, why don't you take a break? Or we were too stupid to think of that. Hey, you know, we made 16 sides of vinyl. Why don't we, have 6 months off or something?
The original Clash drummer, Terry Chimes, had quit the band for a second time. He found it all too grueling.
Why, you should have had 6 months off. You go to the Caribbean, you go home, you go to a farm in Dorset or whatever it is, and forget about it all. When you come back together, you'd see it differently. But I guess Bernie, he was too eager to keep everything going at all costs. And if you do drive people too hard, it just blows apart.
May 1983. While Joe was still splicing tape editing their home movie Hell West 10, the band agreed to play a massive festival. There was a lot about it that wasn't very Clash. It was being organized by co-founder of Apple Computers, Steve Wozniak. Tickets were on sale for $25 each, way higher than the average Clash show price. And to play, the band accepted $500,000, $1.25 million in today's money. Bernard Rhodes had negotiated the appearance. Heading out to California, it all felt ominous to Mick.
Then we flew through the night, through a thunderstorm. We didn't really know what was going on. And just before we went on, even Bernie wanted us to do a press conference, and we were really by the end of the pier by that time.
Bernard wanted the band to hold a press conference and say that they wouldn't go on stage unless Apple gave $100,000 to charity. Maybe Bernard thought that this would help the band to reconcile the whole thing. But Joe refused to speak and stood with his back to the press. When the band went on stage, Joe didn't sound like a man who was happy to be there.
I suppose you don't want to hear me going about this and that and what's up my arse, huh? Try this on for size. Well, hi, everybody. Ain't it groovy? Ain't you sick of hearing that for the last 150 years?
The band were playing under a banner that read The Clash, not for sale. In between songs, Joe complained about the high ticket prices. In response, the outraged festival organizers flashed up on a screen by the stage that The Clash were being paid $500,000 to perform. It's like Joe had arrived somewhere he didn't quite recognize.
Look, I know you're all standing there looking at the stage, but I'm here to tell you that the people that are on this stage and are going to come on and have been on it already, we're nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. Can you understand that?
Joe was like, you don't understand, we're nowhere up here. And he was trying to say something that was really how we felt.
When they left the stage, the festival crew prevented the Clash from doing an encore, and the Clash just lost it.
There was a bit of a scuffle at the end.
Someone went for Mick's head. Paul started throwing punches. Clash PR man Cosmo Vinyl got a few kicks in. It was more like an all-out brawl than a scuffle.
And that was sort of symbolic of the whole mayhem.
Symbolic of what it was like to be in the Clash at that time. True to form, they got on a flight and went straight back to rehearsal in London to try to come up with another record.
That's what really, I don't think anyone's minds could take it.
What came next has been described as the greatest mistake in the history of rock and roll. In September 1983, the NME published a statement that read, Joe Strummer and Paul Simonon have decided that Mick Jones should leave the group.
It was kind of all set up, I was kind of set up, really. And that was kind of political behind the back. People who were moving and being influential on different people and coming between members of the group, All the things that start happening, when you become really successful, you become a different kind of arsehole.
Everyone has their own version of what went down. But one thing the Clash all agree on is that the bad timekeeping that seemed to run through Mick's DNA had gotten worse. It was driving everybody crazy, and Mick didn't seem to get it.
I did witness this. Mick made everybody wait. He was always late for the bus, always late for the show, always late for rehearsal, always late for the plane, always late for everything.
The rest of the Clash weren't kids anymore. They didn't want their lives dictated by someone else's schedule. I know that one. One man's lateness is another man's waiting.
And it can get on your nerves. And then instead of having patience, and Bernie should have said, let Mick have his way because you guys really are a great team. No, there was none of that, because that would have been the normal, correct way to say it or think about it. No, instead he wound everybody up and was like, you don't need him, Joe and Paul, you guys can do it without him. And there was all these meetings. And then pretty much they had decided that they didn't need Mick and they wanted to carry on.
The end came one day in the last week of August 1983. Former NME writer Chris Salowich was as close as anyone to the band. And in his book, he says that the day started strangely. For once, Mick Jones was early. The only other person there was the old Clash drummer Topper Heaton. They jammed for a while. Topper left and Mick strolled to a bookshop before coming back. The rest of the band were there.
I turned up, got my guitar out, and I think it was Joe who managed to muster up courage to say that he didn't want to play with me anymore. And when somebody says that to you, that I just packed my guitar up and just, hey, okay, bye. And that was it. I walked. And Bernie come running out after me with a check in his hand, like a gold watch or something, which added insult to the injury. But I took it anyway.
So it was a huge mistake, and of course Joe would always tell you that, and he was sorry that he did that.
That's what he said later. At the time, the news flew around the Clash camp. Positions were taken. Whose side were you on? Don Letts was one of the first to be sounded out.
And I got a phone call from Paul. He's like, Don, and he sounded really sad. Don, look, Bernie said you got to choose. You can't be friends with Mick and us.
Paul was saying Don had to commit fully to this new version of the Clash and officially disavow Mick. Otherwise, Don would be purged too.
I put the phone down and I cried. Because I knew that Paul didn't want to make that call. Bernie would have gone, yeah, come on, you're Don's mate, you're going to have to make the call. And you can't lay that on Don Letts. I wasn't going to dump Mick.
The press statement was clear. Joe Strummer and Paul Simonon felt that Jones had drifted away from the original idea of the Clash. Mick issued a denial in the same edition of the paper and left a message on the journalist's answer phone.
All I can say at this time is that when the truth comes out, and I'm sure that it will before this is all over, the Clash's fans will see that most of what they're being told by the others is not true. I won't waste anybody's time with accusations or stories. I'll leave that to the others. I'll let my music speak for itself.
It was shortly after that, Mick went through a bit of a depression, somewhat unsurprisingly, that I introduced him to one of the dreads that used to work in the Roxy, Leo Williams. It was a bass player. I'm like, Mick, come on, get on with it.
Good morning, Sodom and Gomorrah. Good morning, sinners. No, that wasn't your radio sets on the blink again.
And yeah, the rest is history.
Mick, Don, and the guy Don introduced to Mick, bassist Leo Williams, would become the backbone of a band called Big Audio Dynamite. Before long, there was a buzz about them. And there's the point. Mick wrote great music. The Clash had always relied on Mick's music. The Clash without Mick Jones, as Rolling Stone magazine would put it, that's like the Stones without Keith Richards. What was Joe thinking of? Maybe Joe thought it had gone beyond mere music, as if the Clash was a project that was bigger than all of them.
I think it'll be the Clash, as long as it does Clash-like things. And I would even say that even if me and Paul was slung out of it, it could still be the Clash. Yeah, long as it was going along the same direction.
We don't know exactly what role Bernard Rhodes played in getting Mick fired. Again, stories vary. It all depends which side you're on. But we do know what Bernard's intentions were for the Clash Mark II. He was going to have a direct hand in making the music. The new Clash had two guitarists replacing Mick and talked up their new album saying it'd be out in months. They started to rehearse, and for a while, it all felt good. And early concerts in the U.S. went well, too, following on from the success of Combat Rock. They played a new song, We Are the Clash, possibly in case people suspected that there were no such thing. January 19th, 1984. They played to 40,000 in San Francisco. But 3 days later, Joe on the radio is still having to defend his earlier decisions.
Why the changes? We're trying to provide some leadership. We're trying to provide some direction. We're trying to affect a change in thinking of young people. When one of your team ain't fit enough, out he goes, Out goes Topper Headon for being a heroin addict. Out goes Mick Jones for being an ego superstar. I'm not going to stand around and mark time with these people if they ain't going to be fit enough to do what we're here to do.
Joe had always been enthusiastic about the Clash having a message, but now it was warped back to 9. Norman from Jonesville, Tennessee, asked a pretty innocent question.
I would like to know, where do you get your inspiration?
I get my inspiration from, I've seen the underside of society. I've seen the way the capitalist system works. I'm talking about some fairness, You don't need all these nuclear weapons and arms and stuff. You need affordable housing. You need medical care. You need educational programs. You need to take care of the people. You need to take care of the madman on the street corner. And it can all be done. So I get my inspiration from the fact that I have to say these things and nobody else will, because I feel them in my heart and in my soul. I'm not just going to sit here and talk about 24 tracks of this and stereo, okay?
My goodness.
They were on tour. Norway, Sweden, Germany, Belgium, Switzerland, Italy, France. But then in February 1984, Joe's father died aged 67 from a heart attack. The Clash show never stopped. Writer Chris Salowich says Joe left his father's funeral gathering to be driven to the airport to get back on tour.
The whole thing was really, it was out of control, and perhaps he was out of control within himself, within his soul,
9 days later, they began a 5-night stint at the Brixton Academy. On stage one of those nights, Joe sounded like he just had enough.
All right, let's have it now, come on.
Of burning, of touring, of the Clash, of punk, of being spat on.
Come on, wankers! I'm prepared to murder someone tonight. I don't give two fucks, okay? I want some fucking human respect. When I clear my throat, I do it on the floor. Serious, I'm prepared to kill someone. I don't give a fuck anymore. Fuck a lot of you. No, let's see, this is fucking England.
This is England is a State of the Nation song, taking on unemployment, racism, indifference to war heroes, the Falklands War.
This is England. This night will shed you steel. This is England. This is how we feel.
When it finally came out, John Savage would call it the last great Clash song.
Time on his hands, the freezing glow of schools. He won't go for the carrots, he's beaten by the pool.
They've sold millions of records and even achieved the success of a platinum LP in America. But this week, The Clash have left the technological support of their recording studio for a while and gone busking.
In May 1985, The Clash Mark II went on a different kind of tour.
Let's chill. Move back a little. I ain't doing nothing till you all move back. Let's chill.
Many famous bands have played sudden unannounced gigs, but this was extraordinary. No road crew, no management, no venues booked, no tickets sold, no hotels, no transport organized. The band crisscrossed the country, staying on fans' floors, playing under railway bridges and in town squares. In Leeds, they busked outside the Students' Union. The next day, they hitchhiked to York, played outside a church, marched through the town singing with the crowd, heading to the pub.
But why should a band with hundreds of thousands of followers leave the financially secure pop record scene and play out on the street? Lead singer Joe Strummer says it's in order to get out of the musical rat race.
They were back making one-to-one connections with fans.
Today, after 10 years of success, that to come around places like York and Leeds and play gigs that are free really means a lot to us lot, because we're lads who haven't got a lot of cash, we're at college or on Rideau, and it means a lot to us all. And I think bands like that, they should be top of the pops.
We feel we were becoming involved in release a record, go on a tour, do this, do that. You know, we began to ask ourselves, what is this all about? We are looking for an answer. We want to know if rock and roll means anything. And this is an attempt to find out if it still does.
Perhaps Joe was also trying to find out if The Clash still meant anything. The answer came after Joe lost his voice and they all went home. The busking tour was the last ever Clash tour. Then the final Clash album, Cut the Crap, was released, and the reviews were merciless. And unlike other controversial Clash albums like Sandinista, critics haven't grown fond of Cut the Crap over time. In fact, the album more or less got written out of history. For many years, people didn't even count it as a Clash album. For them, The Clash finished with Combat Rock, the last album to feature Mick and Joe's writing partnership. Joe realized that he should never have let Bernard Rhodes get so involved.
Everything was wrong. There was no vibe. It was all Bernard's ego was the big thing, you know? Everything was wrong. Eventually, I snapped. Just after near the last few days of the sessions, I just snapped and disappeared. And that was the end of it.
Joe wrote a statement denouncing Bernard's role, but he never published it. In desperation, he jumped on a plane to the Bahamas, where he knew Mick Jones was on vacation. He tracked Mick down and begged him to get the Clash back together, the real Clash. But Mick, he had his own album, ready for release, with Big Audio Dynamite. It really was all over.
I'm really busted out now. I've never been back like that.
Mick managed to move on. Former road manager Johnny Green would drop by to see Joe in years to come and find him literally beating himself up about it, bashing his fist on his chest. 6 months later, June 1986, Mick Jones' band Big Audio Dynamite were making their second album in Soho, London. The lineup included Don Letts, the filmmaker and DJ from the Roxy. Don stepped out of the studio for some fresh air.
I bumped into Joe. I'm like, yo, Mick's in the studio, come and say hello. No, it was a total accident. It was a total accident.
Back then, the population of London was close to 7 million. Soho is right in the busy center of the city. Total accident, the chances are slim.
Actually, you know what? I'm like, fuck. Maybe that was his plan the whole time. And I've never thought that in my life. He was on the trail again because he kept trying to get Mick back. Yeah, maybe I was just suckered there. I didn't even realise it.
Sodom and Gomorrah, let the DJ play.
Minutes later, Joe was up in the studio.
'Cause I'm only gone tomorrow and here today.
Yeah, no, I just said, come and say hi, man. Say hi to the guys, yeah. And then the next thing you know, he's sort of nodding his head. Then I might have gone to get something to eat and come back and he's got a bit of paper in his hand. Come back the next day and he's there again. Next thing I know, Joe's built a bunker under the piano and he doesn't leave and ends up co-writing, kind of hijacking, because I'd already written half the songs, but anyway. And he ends up kind of, over the next 2 weeks, I guess, creatively falling in love with Mick again. And I just sat back and watched it happen. It was a beautiful thing to see these two guys kind of reconciling and coming together through the making of this Number 10 Upping Street. And Joe wrote half the songs, rewrote a load of my lyrics, and produced the album.
He don't listen to me, he knows everything. Girls on the avenue ask me to sing.
This should have been a big opportunity for Don Letts, and here was Joe muscling in. But Don was able to grasp the importance of all this.
Because it was funny being in BAD. I always felt like I was in Joe's shadow, you know what I mean? You know, they were one of those incredible duos like Lennon and McCartney and Jagger and Richard, Morrissey and, Marr. And they were one of those special kind of combinations that come along once every decade, it seems like.
Thinking about the importance of this songwriting partnership, perhaps Number 10 Upping Street is closer to a final true Clash album than Cut the Crap. After Number 10 Upping Street, the former Clash members were in each other's orbits more and more over the years. Paul and Mick worked together on a Gorillaz album. Meanwhile, Topper had to fight his addictions, but he's been clean for over a decade. When Joe finally began making his own music again with a band called the Mescaleros, he had an assist from Paul.
The tape that Paul Simonon gave me of bongos from a Scottish Entertainers 8-track. You know 8-track cassettes, remember them? Yeah. Right? Yeah. Simo bought it on the market. And each of these 8-track tapes has got like Funky A or Funky B, right? Yeah. And one of them was that crazed bongo track. And when I heard that track, I wrote X-Ray Style, just me, the guitar, and that bongo track. Paul Simonon's Scottish pub performance. Wow. 8-track.
I see a million walk the city mile. The ticker tape kings and the juvenile. Will anybody tell me which way to go? Will anybody come back on the CB radio?
So there never was a Clash reunion. Just kind of Clash old boy records. And it's interesting just how okay the band are with that.
We never got back together again, but we were always friends.
I'm just proud of everything we did, and I've got no regrets about anything, really. You know, that's what I am today is a culmination of everything that I did do. And the same with the band, you know. If we'd have got together, then it would have been fine, but we didn't, and that's great, you know.
We've been asked a couple of times to get together for like 1 million, and then it was 1 million, then it was... Yeah.
What do you say to all the idiots who want a Clash reunion?
This is Joe being interviewed at a music festival in 1999.
I'm saying to everybody who's got $5 million in a bag, bloody go and blow it down the racetrack, because we ain't having it. And so 3 days ago I woke up and realised, well, fuck it. If we ever did that, we're just going to reform and we ain't accepting a dollar bill off nobody. Do you get me?
November 2002, just a month before Joe died, he and the Mescaleros were playing a union-organized benefit gig in aid of London's firemen, who were striking for fair pay. At the end of the set, the firefighters made a presentation as the crowd called for encores of old Clash numbers. That night, one of the people in the crowd was Mick Jones.
It was just I felt completely compelled when I heard the first chords of Bank Robber. I said, hold me, coat. I'm going up.
This is the last tune of the night. This is called London's Parade. London's Parade.
Back in the searing hot summer of 1976, Mick, Joe, and Paul had sat on the balcony of Mick's grandmother's place and looked down at the Westway Freeway and written a song that lasted just over 2 minutes. It seemed like a fitting way to close out the night. A month later, Joe Strummer died. After a walk with the dogs, he had sat down in an armchair to read the Sunday paper and never got up.
Mick Jones, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Good luck with everything, everybody.
And this is the thing about it. You know, Joe Strummer has passed on, but his lyrics last long and strong. Yo, you think you got it figured out? Listen to this dude. That's the beauty of it. It's like, listen to these guys.
I know you're cutting all this out and throwing it on the floor, but someday someone's going to find this in a bloody bin in the back of the BBC vaults, and they're going to realize I'm trying to say something.
I think of it as musical echoes. The Clash's influence reverberated around the world. Myself and Public Enemy in New York, we were just one echo. The Clash's music has weaved its way into all genres of music. Garbage sampled Train in Vain for the hit Stupid Girl. MIA used Straight to Hell on Paper Planes. Lethal Bizzle sampled Police on My Back. Other bands have the Clash to thank for their whole sound and attitude and approach to the music business. Billy Bragg had been a face in the crowd at that Clash Rock Against Racism gig in '78. When Joe died, he said, "It's not just going to be people of my generation thinking of Joe, but anybody who's ever picked up a guitar with the urge to change the world. We never go away." Soon after Joe died, the Clash were inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Johnny Green, the old Clash roadie, came along to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame ceremony. He remembers sneaking cigarettes with Mick out the window of the Four Seasons Hotel. At the award ceremony, Johnny Green got talking to The Edge, the guitarist from U2. It turned out that they had been to the same Clash gig in 1977 at Trinity College, Dublin.
But I was talking to The Edge in New York City, and he said we bunked in there as 15-year-old school kids, and we left it, deciding to form a rock and roll band. That's how it went. And he said to me, "It's a terrible, terrible shame, isn't it, that they didn't last?" And I said to him, but you say that, you see, because you judge it by the longevity of U2. But it wasn't like that. This was more like one of Jack Kerouac's skyrockets going up, and the most beautiful firework display that you've ever seen, and it's gone. And that was the Clash. You know, for whatever reason, it wasn't built to last. Some things aren't. You should have been there, and if you weren't, hard luck. You can't recreate it, you know, too bad. It's a jolly good fucked up story, really, isn't it? The Clash, you know, I mean, it is.
This is a Spotify original podcast, produced in partnership with BBC Studios. This series is narrated by me, Chuck D. It's produced by Sam Bungie and Jennifer Ford. An executive producer is Georgia Mosley. The editor is Guy Crossman. Helen Carr is the archive producer. Laura Jordan Rowell is the unit manager. The editorial consultant is Pat Gilbert. The recording engineer is J.P. Hesse at Castaway 7 Studios. The production team at BBC Studios is Nikki Lesware, Andrew Nelson, Karis Newton, Claire Stevens-Lee, Barnaby Wood, Emily Harris. With special thanks to The Clash and 11 Management, BBC Motion Gallery, Bob Coburn and Rockline, CBC Radio Archive, David Peisner, Denny Summit Productions, Don Letts Punk Archive, Durissimo Limited, Gavin Martin, Greg McDonald and Consequential Films, Howie Klein, Ian Ravendale, ITV Archive, ITV Wales and the National Library of Wales, Jason Gross, Joe Strummer at the US Festival audio provided by Icon Television Music Inc. and Glenn Avenue, John Tobler, John Savage, Julian Temple Archive courtesy of Nitrate Film Limited, Kino Library, Lauren Tabak, Monster Entertainment Limited, MTV Viacom, NPR, ORF, Peter Johnston, Rock's Back Pages, Sean Egan, and Wolfgangs.com. Head over to the Stay Free Companion playlist for the true lasting legacy of The Clash, the music, only on Spotify. I'm Chuck D. Peace.